Yet. Yes, you are now. Wonderful. Um, is this working? Yes, it is. Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, it's been a day, and we kind of failed the other day with buttering the A350. So, we're going to butter it tonight. Even if that means 15 go-rounds. So, yeah. A little behind on a few things. Still wanted to start the stream early because the sooner we get out of Baltimore, the faster everything goes. Okay. And we should have a nice, wonderful arrival procedure. We should have some wonderful ETC online at Heathrow. We have a new strategy when it comes to the fuel, so we will be using New Sky and SimBrief. Been talking to Mr. Grumpy. Mr. Grumpy Boeing driver himself, who essentially runs New Sky for Aeronaut, and yeah. Oh, yeah, some weather. We have Potomac. Damn, DCA is busy. Baltimore is essentially ours. We are taking the A350 today. And, I have another strategy when it comes to the frames. I have another strategy when it comes to that, so. The A350, no cabin Inibuilds, the British Airways. Beautiful aircraft. Truly, by definition, gorgeous. By definition, it is absolutely gorgeous. Right. Gate. Echo 3. Come on, Sim. Let me open up VPilot. Echo Romeo, like Papa. Yep. Hey, Seb. Okay. Echo Romeo, Mike Papa, and we'll follow the flight plan in a moment. Though, to be honest, the controller should probably know us at this point, so. Yeah, we completely failed at buttering the landing. It was actually worse than, I guess it was a week ago, so. We are redoing it, and we are going to redo it until we get it right. And begin doing short hauls again next week, so. Okay. Assuming this thing will work. In the meantime, we can go ahead and get our flight plan and what's going on with the webcam. There we go. Yeah, Seb, I will explain how badly it went here soon. New flight. We are departing Baltimore to Heathrow in the A350. The A350 1000, to be clear. Because that's the only one that I have deliveries for, unfortunately. Okay. In terms of our fuel, because it's where New Sky fucked us, I want an extra 120 minutes. With arrival fuel, that's fine. I want an extra 100. That's 2 hours. In addition to all that, and I did see that we had some weather, so I want an extra 40 minutes for the weather. And then in terms of our route, is there a new option? There is. That's better. That is a much better route. On the Rupkin one, I guess these are all Ross. All right. We're gonna do that in a moment. Don't worry. I got the email this morning saying that. Okay. And then in terms of our passengers, actually, I want to make sure that we are a full flight. Where is it? I got to make sure that we are a full flight today. Passengers full. No freight. There you go. Okay. And we will tell News Guy about this in a moment. We do have Potomac Approach online, which is wonderful. Speaking of radios and comms, let's get Moby Flight running real quickly. Book flight. We're not generating the OFP here, so get departure Baltimore to Heathrow. You're an A350 kilo. And we're going to aim to be airborne we're going to aim to depart from the gate at time 1:30 Zulu. Duration 7 hours 40 minutes. That seems about accurate. Okay. (406). We are at 396 for the passengers. And then in terms of the freight, or in terms of the payload, just shy of 40 tons. Nice. All right. Oh, where is it? Payload. There we go. Book flight. Okay, there we go. Now I can go ahead and get back into the sim. Alright. Shit, Charlie. What the hell? How the hell did that happen? Should we exit? What is happening with the sim today? Let's restart that. I see we got 2 concurrent viewers today for the first time in ages. Good thing we didn't start getting any of the aircraft set up yet. So. Come on now, sim. Don't be annoying. The sim is being annoying right now. You know, I know we told it departure time of 9:30. 9:30 my time. It's beginning to look like that might not be possible if the sim continues to give me issues like this. So. Alright. Okay. Let's try this then. Close. Let's try it this way. It even says not responding. There we go. Let's try rebooting the sim. So I was talking to Grumpy earlier, and he recommended not to ever use New Sky for the fuel loading because it's wildly inaccurate, as we've seen a few times now. So we're not going to use it. I have decided to manually file stuff, and if we need to, we can dump fuel or do something else as we get closer to Heathrow. We can descend to make ourselves more fuel inefficient if we need to, but we have plenty of fuel on board. Alright. There's absolutely no reason not to get there without having to load fuel artificially into the aircraft, so. I made a purchase today, and it's going to help out the channel. Purchased another webcam. So y'all are going to be able to see yoke views now. Yoke and side stick views and throttle views. You guys are going to see that here soon. In addition to overall better content. So, all right, let's try this again. Come on now. Stand Echo 3. What the hell? New Sky, what's that? 8,566. What was that about, New Sky? Alright, we're going to have to set up this aircraft extremely, extremely fast. Which is fine, because we've kind of mastered that in the A350. Okay. So, I know, right? Now, the important thing is, if you butter a landing too much, New Sky will actually deduct points from you. Because if you go like below 100 feet per minute, then it actually becomes a dangerous situation because the aircraft might not realize that it's landed. So, therefore, like auto brakes and flaps or spoilers might not display. So, all right, let's try this again. Connect. There we go. External power on. There we go. The OIS should be up immediately. Okay. And before I forget, pre-file, VATSIM. Yes, I know. I'm a real human, VATSIM. Then Echo Romeo, Mike Papa for the cell count. Flight plan filed. Okay. Get all those on. Nav, good, that's on. Emergency lights to armed. Right. Ground. Hey, do we really need to do the proper walk-around procedure? That's annoying. And the chocks we can toggle through the EFB. Alright. Load sheet. Sim brief import. Set 0 fuel weight, set fuel, instant. How do we have how is our maximum capacity Well, I guess add 2 pilots, maybe. No, doesn't make sense, but whatever. Yeah, we got a full flight today. Just as we wish. And I did file that flight plan, and Potomac approach is online. So we probably need to send them a message. With that said, though, I'm not seeing any ATIS, so why am I doing that? Potomac approach is on 119. $850.
Delta 5811 Potomac, I got you now. Are you up?
Yep, we're up.
Delta 5811, thank you. Yankee is currently Washington altimeter 3042, descending via the DO3.
Send me the deal 3, we have Yankee, Delta 5811.
Alright. So we have Potomac approach. We do have ATIS.
Southwest 3958, the river, 12 o'clock, 12 miles, report on site.
Alright,
Roger, looking for the river, 3958.
Speedbird 2, Lemon Juliet, on the ground at Baltimore, radio check.
5x5.
Thank you, and when you're ready, we are ready for clearance to Heathrow.
Spirit 2 Lima, Juliet, Roger, Simon Crest, will send you a PDC.
Thank you.
Southwest 3958, we have the river in sight.
Okay, let's get this,
Southwest 3958, thank you. Cleared river,
There we go.
runway 19 approach.
You're cleared.
The river visual 19 approach, Southwest 3958.
Okay.
Split jet 50,
We are cleared to
unfortunately,
Heathrow as
Washington center's offline.
filed.
Frequency
Ducting
change
1
approved, enjoy your
Bros.
flight.
Contact
Where do you come?
for
Appreciate
taxi.
the service. Yeah.
Expect 33010
Delta
minutes
5811,
after.
expect the river
Yeah,
vision,
that's
runway
low, but
19
whatever.
approach.
We are heavy.
Victor visual 19 approach, Delta 5811.
Departure runway. Actually, what runway is departing? Departing runway is 15 right. 15 right by the Dupkin 1. Bros. Okay. Insert. Knit.
And approach low 251 Charlie Victor as promised. We're over Sabi now, and
That
we would
is a
like
very,
to
very low
probably
temperature
do the
for the
RNP
cruising.
Yankee LNAV approach today. Starting point would be Tango India Romeo
Fuel and load.
Tango Lima as our starting point, and then we will fly directly into that waypoint
We
from our last
are
waypoint on our flight
369.
route for 1 Charlie Victor.
Okay, number 1 Charlie Victor, you can expect that.
Roger, thank you. Just want to confirm that's in the latest IRAC, right?
Oh,
Yeah, for now we can expect the
Oh my
RNF
word,
Yankee
I nearly
runway
forgot about that.
16 approach, and I'll get back to you on the initial approach fix in 1 minute.
I
Roger,
nearly forgot
correction,
about that.
It should be the RNP for 1-6.
Where is it?
Yep, that's still the RNF. That's the RNF. Yankee,
That'll
that's
be
what
in
you can
third party, I
expect.
think.
Roger, thank you.
I nearly forgot about the new
Southwest
Ariac cycle.
3958, Washington Tower 19-1. Enjoy.
19-1, thanks for the help tonight, Southwest 3958.
And it, yeah, you'd have to do that all over again. That's fine. That takes us 3 seconds. Okay, IRS. No, that's fine.
Number
Departure.
1 Charlie Victor, we're gonna switch
15
things
right.
up. Fly heading 220
Dupkin.
and you can expect a director
Bros.
beer shortly. That's gonna be your initial
Insert.
approach fix for the RNF Yankee.
220 expect beer 1 Charlie Victor.
Affirmative. For now, fly heading
Okay,
220.
fuel and load. Let's go and
Roger,
try this again.
220. Is B how do you spell beer for 1 Charlie Victor?
Stand by.
Alright, and let me just verify that the load sheet is all correct. There we go. And then our squawk is 2144. Sorry, 2411. Alright. And then just to verify our flight plan. Looks good, looks appropriate. Okay, and then just need to go into performance. They got performance. Oh, what is the altimeter? The altimeter is 3043. My goodness, that's high. My goodness. 3043. That is insanely high for Baltimore. Okay, compute.
And 1 Charlie Victor, I just want to give you a heads up. I like the one I requested before was the RMP
Let me
Yankee,
verify that that's
not the
actually
RNAV Zulu.
Sorry, do you want the RNF Zulu now?
Negative. I mean, if
That is a math.
Can I do RNAV Yankee for tonight?
Yeah, that's what I've been telling you to expect. That hasn't changed.
Roger, thank you.
Our V1, sorry, our safe climb speed is extremely late, and I'm not thrilled about that.
Through flight level 220 on the Dealey 3 arrival.
Yeah, our safe.
Last aircraft
Climb.
calling. Say again, please.
Okay, it's gonna be a toga takeoff.
American 1004 is with you, descending by the Dealey 3 arrival.
It'll be a toga takeoff. 145.
American 1004 Optimal approach. Hello, Yankees ground. The Washington altimeter.
You might just be a
3042,
little
descending
too
via
heavy,
the
but that's
U3.
fine.
Expect the river visual runway 19 approach.
Alright, we have
155.
3042, and we will expect the river visual 19 for American 1004.
And then the flaps are gonna be 3. Okay.
Alright, number 1 Charlie Victor, flight heading 230, 230, descend and maintain 4000.
2304 4000 1 Charlie
All right.
Victor.
There we go. I want the AP one now. 2, 3. I want to get that thing lit up and running. Beacon on now. Wing on. Alright. I'd say we are ready for push. Okay. For some reason, my flaps is not set as appropriately, so. Alright, let me quickly get the transponder fully working before I forget that. Alright, and as far as I can tell...
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We are ready for push entirely. We'll do a straight push.
Delta 5811, descend and maintain 6000.
6 days, dude, 5811.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
So I learned something about Airbus planes. There should be a ditching button. I don't know where it is in the A350. I know exactly where it is in the A320s. And that's not actually used for ditching the aircraft. So that's what I learned from EasyJet Simpod or whatever his name is. Okay. Let me just go ahead and make sure everything is up on the iPad.
Potomac approach, Howdy, Jedi 69, about 30 miles to the north of Baltimore. You are 15,900 descending, 10,000.
Oh, we got decent. Right? We have Boston. We got Boston Center. So.
Let's not go calling second, please.
No problem, Howdy, Jedi 69, about 25 miles from the Baltimore. You are to the north. We have information.
Jedi 69, Potomac approach, hello, thanks for the
Come on.
ATIS, descend via the skills 5 and expect the river visual runway 19 approach.
Expect the river visual, descend via the skills.
I definitely do with the beacons. Come on, GSX, you gonna do your job? Come on, GSX, do your job. Do your job, GSX.
And the 251 Charlie Vic, I'm just curious, am I flying over an MOA, and how does that, like, what's the top, like, level for that MOA?
Are you good now?
Number 1 Charlie Victor, I'm not seeing anything active right now, but you should be good. And for your flight planning purposes, I'm going to be putting you in the setting for another roughly 30 miles, and then you're going to get a direct to Deer and then clear for the approach at the waypoint.
Roger, 1 Charlie Victor, thank you.
Okay, come on now.
Hello, Potomac departure, Southwest 350 on the ground at Baltimore, Alpha 2. Can we get a PDC to LaGuardia?
Southwest
LaGuardia?
350,
What
roger,
the hell?
expect BDC, hello.
Thank you.
Number 1 Charlie Victor, what are you using to see this prohibited airspace? Are you using
Baltimore to
like, full flight or
LaGuardia. That
something in real
doesn't
life?
seem. That seems very, very short.
Oh, it says welcome
Then again,
MOA on
it's
my
the same
card.
insane person who went from Brussels to Gatwick. So
For 1
is
Charlie
it really
Victor.
that short? Come on now, GSX. Are you gonna do your job?
Departure, good evening, Alaska 122. Currently climbing via the SID. Currently at 2,700.
Alaska 122, Potomac departure to contact, climb maintain flight level 190.
Climb maintain flight level 190, Alaska 122.
Yes, interrupt push.
That's a 5811 speed, your discretion, descend and maintain 3000.
You know what? Screw it.
Speed man discussion, decimal 19, 3000 Delta 5811.
It's a weird push anyway. We'll just use toolbar pushback.
Okay, and Southwest 350, can you accept flight level 210, 210 for cruise? That's as high as I can give you. Southwest 350, Potomac.
And the 251 Charlie Victor approach, just want to confirm which waypoint would I start the RNAV?
It's gonna be Deer, Delta, Echo, 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 Romeo. I'll have you clear direct to that fix in about 25 miles.
Alright, ignition start.
Roger, thank you.
Actually, no, wait, let's get the APU bleed first. Alright, ignition start now.
Southwest 350, Potomac, are you up?
Welcome aboard this Airbus A350 aircraft. Your safety is our top priority. Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. To tighten,
Alright.
pull the strap. And to release, lift.
Push and start now.
In case of unexpected turbulence, we'd ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. If the cabin pressure
Start
changes,
flight, please.
oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the
I will say, it is nice to have a proper
Breathe
briefing.
normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others.
It's nice to have a proper passenger
Your
briefing.
life vest is under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it, slip it over your head, fasten the straps, and pull them tight. Inflate by pulling the red tabs or blowing into the mouthpiece. Only inflate your vest when exiting the aircraft. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft, 4 in front of the wing and 4 behind the wing. In the event of an evacuation, follow the illuminated exit signs to
Seems like a pretty accurate safety demonstration. Flaps full now. Zero flight controls check. Which we painfully failed to do the other day.
Jedi 69 descend and maintain 6,000. Maintain 200 knots or greater.
Roger that. 6,210.
Full down.
American
Full
10
up.
report reduce speed to 210. 210 to descend and
Full
maintain
left.
6,000.
Speed 210 down to 6,000.
Full
American
right.
10's report.
Delta 5811D river.
Speed
9
brake
o'clock,
full.
4 miles. Report inside.
Flaps
River is
are
inside Delta 5811.
working or not working?
Delta
Are the flaps
5811,
working?
thank you. Cleared river visual. Runway 19 approach.
Cleared river visual 19 approach, Delta 5811.
Okay, rudder. Solid. Alright. Engine mode back to normal. Flight controls check complete. And Potomac Speedbird 2 and Juliet Heavy is ready for taxi runway 15 right at Baltimore. Just verify it is a 15 right? Yes. Alright.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy. Let's see, runway 15 right. Taxi via Bravo Papa.
Bravo Papa 15 right. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy.
Alaska 122.
All
Unfortunately,
right.
Washington Center South.
There's a
line,
taxi,
frequency
good.
change, prove that going.
Frequency change approved. Let's go.
Parking brake released. Let's get this show on the road. What's going on?
Jedi 69 descend and maintain 3,000.
Okay, what's going on now?
And down to 3.
And Jedi 69, thank you. And speed's gonna be at your discretion. Just keep it at 180 or better.
Already knowing that heavy to the point where we need loads and
6
loads
now.
of engine power?
Delta 5811, contact Washington Tower 119.1, 19.1. Have a good one.
Tower 19-1, Delta 5811, thanks for being on. See ya.
Meet you.
What now? What's been going on with the sim today?
Push.
Alright, the Southwest 350, what's that you calling for push?
Hey, firm.
Southwest 350, squawk bow Charlie, then push on Chitango's approved.
Roger,
Yeah, what's going on with the
Tango approved, Southwest
sim
350.
today? Because it's like... Come on now. What is going on with the sim today? Unless it's 2-bar pushback. Aha, that explained that. There we go. That explained that. There we go. Taxing being via Bravo and Papa. In Boston Center. Oh, Boston's not on 134,700 today. That's interesting. That's the first time I've not seen Boston immediately on 34.7.
Potomac approach today, Piedmont 2039, 280, descending via the DL3, we have Yankee.
Right, flaps to 3 now.
And now let's talk of calling you the deal. You're still way outside my scope. I'll call you back.
I'm outside of your airspace.
Yeah, it should be. See your costing again. I'll double check.
I mean, we're in the area, we're a little high, but actually, I think we're good. Piedmont 2039, flight level 260 descending now.
That is a little high, I think, for Potomac.
Actually, Peterman 29, you are very high for destination. Let's see. This is gonna maintain 6,000, and as soon as you're a little bit lower, I'll have some vectors for you. You can keep present heading.
Present heading 6000, Piedmont 2039.
Jedi 6090, river 9 o'clock, 4 miles.
Right. Just out of curiosity, what's the real aircraft doing?
And Jedi 69, we
Jedi 69, cleared river visual, runway 19er approach.
They are delayed by 20 minutes.
we're cleared for the river visual 19er approach.
We are going to race the real
69.
aircraft
Should we
today.
extend the li-
We're going to
You
race
can
them.
if you want to. Traffic behind.
And so
has
far we have a head start.
decent spacing, so if you want to expand, feel free.
Yeah, no, it's just because yeah, to get to kind of like Derrick area.
Derek should be almost a beam to you right now. But yeah, Jedi 69.
Yeah, they're not even on the transponder yet, the real aircraft.
So. Approach.
It's fine.
Yeah, Jedi 69 will turn 220 and
Got some interesting topics to talk about during cruise. Very, very interesting topics.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, I'd like to welcome you on board today's flight. We're just about
Piedmont 2039, turn left heading 210, 210, this is the light vectors.
so we're expecting
Left to 10, Piedmont 2039.
we'll keep you updated on our
Jedi 69, maintain 182 knots or greater to a 5-mile final. Contact tower 119.1, 91. Enjoy your landing. Thanks for flying.
Roger 180 until 5 and 119.1.
And 251 Charlie Victor request direct
All
DIA.
right.
And everyone, Charlie Victor, just stand by. Give me another 10 miles. I need you to be on no more than a 90 degrees intercept heading, which you're still not there. So give me another 5 to 10 miles.
Roger, thank you.
American 1004, the center maintain 3000, speed or discretion.
Got a 3000 speed by discretion, American 1004.
All right. Yeah, I have some very, very interesting topics to talk about.
Piedmont 2039, turn left heading 09 or 0.
Left 090, Piedmont 2039.
All right, come on now.
And now everyone, Charlie Victor, turn 20 degrees right. That's gonna expedite things.
20 degrees to the right, 1 Charlie Victor. That would be 210.
Right.
Piedmont 2039, make that left turn 07070.
Landing lights on.
Left turn 70, Piedmont 2039.
And everyone, Charlie Victor, close enough. Clear direct to Deer, cross Deer at 4000. At Deer, cleared RNAV, runaway. Correction, cleared RNAV Yankee, runaway 16 approach.
Direct DIA 4000, cleared RNAV, Yankee runway 16 approach, 1 Charlie Victor.
All right.
American 1004, the river, 9 o'clock, 4 miles, report on site.
Got
We
it.
are
We're
ready
in
for.
sight.
We are fully ready for departure.
American 1004, thank you. Cleared river, visual runway 19 approach. You can extend it down if you need to.
Alright, we'll extend out until Meg's here and then we'll join the river for America 1009 or 1004.
Speedbird 2, Limit Juliet Heavy, fully ready for departure, holding short, 15 right.
Speedbird Juliet with Juliet Heavy. Let's see. Wind 120 at 6, runway 15 right, clear for takeoff.
15 right, clear for takeoff. Speedbird 2, Limit Juliet Heavy. Alright, cleared for takeoff. Right, let's try to have a decent takeoff today.
604 Potomac departure, you up.
And more importantly, let's try to butter the landing at Heathrow. So, should be a bit of a fun arrival into Heathrow. That's what I'm expecting. Thursday night, which means Friday morning for those lot. It'll be fun. Alright. The rust is set. Clear for takeoff. Water brake RT.
Alright, that's a 604 Potomac departure, you up.
Hello, this is Delta 604, passing 2,300 feet.
Alright, Piedmont 2039, fly heading 030.
Yeah,
030 PM.
100 knots. 120.
Delta 604 Potomac departure, radar contact, climb and maintain.
V1, rotate.
Flight level 190.
Climb, maintain flight level 190, Delta 604.
Positive rate, gear up.
Southwest 350, ready for taxi.
Alright. Begin to put the
Delta
flaps away.
604, clear direction Swan.
Say again, Delta 604.
We can
Clear
begin to
direction
pull back the power a
Swan,
little.
Direct Swan.
Clear direct to Swan, Delta 604.
American 1004, contact Washington Tower 119.1, 19.1.
19-1 American 1004, yeah.
What about on?
Piedmont 2039, turn left heading 36, bro.
Left 360 PM at 2039.
Speedbird 2, Limit Juliet Heavy is airborne passing 2,000.
Speedbird Julie, Juliet Heavy, ready to contact, climb via the SID.
Climb via the SID. Speedbird 2, Limit Juliet Heavy. Nice. Alright. Nicely done for
Number
the
1
departure.
Charlie, Victor, wind 080 at 5, and 16, federal land.
16 cleared slam on Charlie Victor.
Laps away entirely now.
Southwest 350, ready for taxi.
Boston is now on 134-700, so we should have that
15 right
going for
taxi
us.
via Tango Papa.
Tango Papa, Southwest 350.
Delta 604, do not exceed 230 knots and climb 230 for traffic.
Climb to 300 to avoid traffic.
No,
Delta 604.
Delta 604 negative. It's still climb and maintain flight level 190. That's just gonna be do not exceed 250 knots.
Ground spoilers away now.
Oh, alright.
Auto brake
Don't
off.
exceed 250, Delta
Seatbelts to
604.
Right, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. During the climb, maintain 250 knots or greater.
Maintain 250 knots or greater during climb. Speedbird 2, Limit Juliet Heavy.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy, thank you. And you're also actually stand by.
Potomac approach November 2 Kilo Hotels with you 15 miles from Builds and exiting the hold 240 knots.
Interesting
and
how they're
we're
giving me how
requesting
they're
the
telling me to
RNAV
go.
Zulu for 19.
Go fast.
Right, let's go calling. I'm gonna need your call sign in position again, please.
It's
November
interesting.
2 Kilo Hotel 15 miles from Build.
Number 2 Kilo Hotel, Upton approach. Hello, let's see. Descend via the Dew 3. Expect the river visual runway 19 approach.
Done, get
Expect
us out of here
River
fast.
Visual
So,
19 approach 2 Kilo Hotel.
let's see.
Piedmont 2039, send maintain 3000 speed, your discretion.
2000 our discretion, PM at 2039.
Alright, thanks, record from Possibe. Advise Potomac Pro is going to be closing in the next 5-ish minutes.
Ah, there goes the voice server.
And fly heading 310, 310.
Route 10, PMAT 2039.
Ah, wait.
Try to speed this up for you.
Say again, please.
Didn't do something for some reason.
Try to speed this up for you and me.
Yeah, speed your discretion. I got nobody behind, so feel free.
Roger, we'll blast it.
Alright. Looking solid.
SCP 2 Lima Juliet Heavy, unfortunately, Washington Center is offline. Fix your change approved and enjoy your flight.
Over to the dark side, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Thank you for your services. Have a nice night.
You too. Delta 604, same for you. Washington Center is offline. Fix your change approved. You can resume normal speed. Just be advised, you have a heavy 777 about 8 to 900 miles in front of you, climbing through 7,300. He's going to the same fix.
Southwest 350, holding short.
Alright. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy passing 7800, climbing flight level 330. Baltimore traffic. Alright. And we do have traffic, which is quite far. Oh, we do have traffic that's actually not that far out. Passing 10,000. We're gonna expedite our climb in a moment if we need to, if it becomes too much of a concern. So let's go direct Robbinsville. Can we get a direct? Let's go direct to Robbinsville now. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy now direct to Robbinsville, Romeo Bravo Victor, climbing through 1100 now, still climbing flight level 330. Baltimore traffic. Okay. Now that we're on Unicom, all the topics for today. Starting off with this. I have now completed, officially, my evaluation on the PMDG 777s. Okay. And let's just say that I'm underwhelmed. Okay. The PMDG 777s did not score as highly as I thought they were. Okay. With that said, though, they scored. They scored higher than what I think the triple will end up scoring. And the score that they scored is still, in my opinion, accurate. So, okay. So, what is the score for the PMDG 777s? I have it right here. The PMDG 777s scored a whopping 82% on my evaluation. A video here is to come soonish. That was not as high as I was expecting them to score, but that's because I learned of another thing that they completely failed at, which is the virtual FMC. Okay, so the PMDG 777s completely failed at that. There's no way to have virtual FMC, at least as far as I can tell, in Flight Sim 24. Therefore, it got a 0 for that category, or yeah, for that feature, plummeting its rating by like 2 or 3%. So, and during flight today, we are going to be doing it for the A350, because A350. I'm genuinely curious, because I know that the A350 is not maybe not the best aircraft in the sim, With that said, though, I have a weird feeling that the PMDG or that the Inibuilds A350 is going to actually score higher than the PMDGs. I have a really weird feeling about that. And it's kind of annoying to have that feeling. So, alright, let me just go ahead and make sure I have Boston Center tuned in because they are online. 134,700. Boston Center's tuned in, and we will contact them, I think, once we are at Robbinsville. Yeah, we'll contact them passing Robbinsville. So, anyway. Today we are going to begin the evaluation for the Inibuilds A350. And I'm expecting it to be better than the PMTG triples. By some margins. Not by every margin, obviously, but by some. So, we'll do that in a little bit. We have Boston online. How long is Boston? How long is this Boston online? Not long, I don't think. About 51 minutes. Not bad. So you're definitely getting ATC through Boston, unfortunately. Despite my wishes for an early handoff to Unicom. And we don't have Munson on us. We don't have Munson either, so that's fine though. I know that we're not trust me when I say I know that it's kind of getting boring doing Baltimore to Heathrow's. It's not because I don't have a lack of other ideas. I decided that we were gonna do Baltimore Heathrow after learning about the mess I had. I was gonna have to have at work today, and yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess that I have at work. So that's the reason that we're doing a Baltimore Heathrow tonight and not something else. I don't want to worry about something else, to be honest. Yeah. We can go ahead and turn the landing lights off now. Nose lights off. Wing can stay on. Okay. Everything's looking solid now. Everything's looking solid. Yeah. Yeah, Boston coming up. We'll contact Boston in about, or we'll contact Boston at Lund. So in about 5, sorry, maybe in about 10 minutes or so. 10, 20 minutes or so. Yeah. So, with that said though, there are improvements coming to the channel. You are getting a new webcam, or an extra webcam, for yoke view. Okay, I'm gonna put it somewhere over here, probably on top of this other monitor right here, and it's gonna face down at my legs and at my throttles and the joystick. Okay, so we have that coming, and then I've loaded more stuff. Standard pressure now. So I have that coming, I think on Tuesday. So. And then I've also been continuing with my air traffic control training. And, well, once after, or during our time in Boston, we will go ahead and double check on the wait list for that. But it is going down. I think last I checked, which is I think last night, I was looking at position 854, I want to say. Actually, I'll check that now. We can check that now while we have time. That's that UK. Let's see here. And once again, all my stuff is getting leaked. My waiting list. Come on now. Load. 854. 854 on my current wait list. So it's going down a few over the past few days, but still. But with that said, though, I have been going through material, and I now have the Euroscope software. And so if we were to take a look at Edinburgh, and I need to update the Ariac cycle for that. I need to figure out how to do that. So if if Euroscope opens up, let's see here. Is Edinburgh on? Where? On mine right now. Oh, that's Edinburgh radar. So here's Edinburgh. Probably the area that we're going to begin training when the time comes. At least that's the hope anyway. You can see we have Alpha, and we have all our wonderful stands. Okay, we have I would assume that's Golf and Mike taxiways. I know that one's Alpha. We have all of our hold short points. So. Have all of our stands. So, anyway, it's interesting to see that we are beginning to get some of the software set up for controlling. Yes, I am. Sorry, I want to exit. Alright. We need to give Boston a buzz in a few moments. We need to give Boston a buzz. Seb, I have an interesting story for you. I have a very, very, very interesting story for you on what happened the other day with the Baltimore to Heathrow, the Baltimore to Heathrow. It resulted in us declaring a Mayday because something malfunctioned. Something malfunctioned the other day. And I was talking to a Virgin aircraft, and he says it's happened to him as well, in this exact aircraft. Okay. What happened was, we lost both engines as we were over Island. After one of my USB things had issues, I have tried to do something about the USBs. Okay, but that caused us to lose both engines temporarily. That caused both engines to shut down, which is kind of the reason why I decided not to bother with trying to butter the landing in the end. I kind of wanted to get on the ground and not have to worry about any more USB issues, which clearly I have some work to do with those. Yeah, so, but we plummeted nearly 10,000. We plummeted nearly 10, 11, I think maybe even 12,000 feet during that whole incident. So it was very, very annoying. So, and we may or may not decide to do something during the stream about it, because if it happens again today, then I have to figure out a way to deduct points from the A350 from do it because of it. So. All right. Let's give Boston a buzz. Actually, we'll wait a few minutes. We'll wait a few moments.
Checkers 8365 crossing Kilmer 4000 inbound 4 right at Emo. Switching to CTAP 118.3.
Okay, let's get on the HDMI capture because I want to show the route. Because it is a proper Nugra route. Come on now. Deactivate. Activate. Come on now. Whatever. We're still a little far out, actually. That Delta from earlier, that aircraft's no factor. That aircraft is no factor with that Delta plane from earlier. So. Alright. Come on now. What's going on with this computer today? Scene 2. There we go. Seb, have you figured out a name for this yet? Vatsum Edge would be a good idea. Have you figured out an official name for this thing yet? 'Cause I think it's actually a very handy tool. So. Seb, are you with us? Are you with us? Are you with us, Seb? Boston Center 134-700, and we'll go ahead and contact them in a few months. So, yes, I am. I am using a website. Have you figured out a name for it yet? Oh, really? I thought you were in the whole time. I thought you had been in the whole time. In that case, we definitely have another viewer somewhere. In case we definitely have another viewer. It's not just you and I today, but we got an extra viewer for once. So, have you figured out a name for this yet? Because Vatsum Edge might be a good idea. With that said, though, I will remind you that arguably one of the worst internet browsers in history was named Edge. So, I get it. I get it. Sucks at times. Thank God I'm no longer a kid. I am a full-grown adult living in my parents' house until I figure out what the fuck I'm going to do with my life. Was going to go with cybersecurity. Decided against that. So. Alright. At Lund, we will go ahead and give Boston a buzz. Do it at Lund. There's no reason to do it now. Speed is discretion. Speed is good. Climbing flight level 330. So. Really? Really? Microsoft Edge is still one of the only thing I use Microsoft Edge for is installing Chrome. So. I will remind you that anything Edge has not been very well. Has not gone very well. So. Alright. Lund in about 40 miles. And there's no reason to take any more shortcuts for today because we are insanely heavy on fuel.
JFK Tower, JetBlue 142, runway 13 left vacated.
Damn, JFK is... Okay, that's not as busy as I've seen JFK in the past. That's not as busy as I've seen them.
Good off. This is US Airways 301X runway 1. Right turn up and take off.
All right. Vats and flare. That's interesting. That'd be an interesting name for it. For the other viewer, Seb has developed a wonderful VATSIM flight plan lookup page. And if it was up to me, we would it would be going on the front page of VATSIM, because it really should. It is so easy to look at. It's so easy to use. You essentially enter in a call sign, and it gives you all the information you need. You may need to know about the flight. Gives you the route, the remarks in the route. It gives you the ETA, arrival, right? It gives you their departure time, the cruising altitude, the current frequency that they're operating on, the transponder, and the assigned one. Usually I don't know what's going on with that. It gives you the pilot's name, the aircraft type, their current heading, their current ground speed, their current altitude. With that said, that altitude seems like it may be a little on the off side, maybe a little off. I'll try that. I'll test it again. So, all right. Let's give Boston a buzz now. On 34/7. Boston Center, Speedbird 2, Limit Juliet Heavy is with you, passing flight level 320 for 330.
Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, Boston Center. Hello, good to talk to you again. I feel like I just talked to you last night. I probably did. Climb and maintain flight level 330. Your radar contact.
Nice to hear you again. Up to 330. Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy. And the guy is giving. We're beginning to know this guy. So we will continue to do. This to do this route in the A350 until we learn to butter it, because so far we have not. So. Yeah. It's interesting because it wasn't auto updating for some reason. Unless the auto updates aren't working, but I don't know. So now this is interesting. Oh, I forgot that was just that. So what is in the new Ariac cycle? I assume not much. So I assume it's not much in the new Ariac cycle. In terms of Heathrow, are there any implications for Heathrow though? For the new Ariac cycle, I can see it's still the Nugra 2 hotel arrival.
Transat 461 leaving from airspace. Montreal Center is closed. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved.
You can see it's still the Nugra 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow, which is what we actually have in today. So it's good to have it properly in instead of having to do a route change. Okay, we have Sierra 1 Hotel, still Sierra 1 Hotel. LSI 1 Hotel, still LSI 1 Hotel. Logan 2 Hotel, still the same. all the landborne rivals. So, next waypoint is Bays. There, you can see it better now. Next waypoint is Bravo Alpha Yankee Yankee Sierra Bays. So. Alright, Seb, I have an interesting thing that happened for you to... I have an interesting story for you. Like, not long after you left the previous Baltimore Heathrow. As we were over Ireland, we lost both engines. Due to one of my USB devices deciding to bug out. Beginning to think it's the throttles. They bugged out, unfortunately, and for some reason it caused both engines to shut down.
I lost the 122 contact ball.
And I didn't realize it until we were down like 5,000 feet. We were able to get them both restarted, so that's the reason that we didn't butter the landing into Heathrow, because I kind of wanted to get the aircraft on the ground so I could troubleshoot some of the issues going on with the PC. And so far, my troubleshooting has been inconclusive. The best thing I got in terms of the troubleshooting has been maybe a bad USB port, because I do know that one of the USB ports on the back of my computer is unfortunately bad. It's a little loose, so I blame that first. But my testing is still inconclusive. So today's flight is a bit of a test to see if the USB issue is fixed. But I do not think that it was anything to do with I don't think it's to do with anything else right now, so
Boston Center.
I think it's a USB issue wrong with my computer. Even though the throttles are a bit suspecting, considering we lost both engines.
Maintain flight level 360, welcome.
But we also lost the webcam for a bit, so.
Boston, hello, Walker 1108 6500.
Walker 1108, Boston Center, hello. And the Manchester altimeter. I don't have that one up. I'll give it to you in a second.
Alright.
Manchester altimeter 3043. 3043,
Yeah, the whole incident was very, very annoying, and it took me forever to get back. So, and then because I was busy troubleshooting that issue, we were late for our descent. We did not descend appropriately, so it was a complete mess arriving in Heathrow the other day. Complete and utter mess. And by the way, another viewer tuned in, who was also flying on the network, and apparently we had lost our comms during that whole incident as well. And so, what a mess. And so that is the reason that we are doing a Baltimore Heathrow tonight. In addition to, work was insane, and I do not want to have to deal with any more insanity for today. Yeah. If I was smart, and if I wasn't tired of fixing USB issues, what I would have done is followed a procedure. What I would have done is... Now, where is it? We arrive via G7 left. The ILS. There's procedure in case your radios are out for Heathrow. Radio failure. So. In the event of radio failure following a missed approach. Wrong one. For G7 left, you proceed direct to this VOR. Or sorry, is that me? You proceed direct to this hold in the event of lost comms, and then I think you hold for what? and then you go direct and you land yourself, essentially, in the event of lost comms. And I probably should have studied that, because it wasn't until I was on final and realized, in which I realized, okay, we don't have any radios.
November 8 Bravo.
Yeah, very, very annoying. Very, very annoying arrival procedure into Heathrow the other day. So, and to be clear, it was not this. It was the USB device issue.
Down to 5,000. We'll call you field and sign anything, Bravo.
Right. What just happened? There we go. There we go. Y'all can hear V-Pilot, correct? When there are people talking? In case anyone's wondering, the next ARIAC cycle is set for release on 30th of October. It is every 4th Thursday, as I have learned from my ATC training. Every 4th Thursday. So, but the next one is in 28 days. So, on the 30th of October, in case anyone is wondering. Alright.
November 111, expect visual approach runway 24.
I'm curious about something because I feel like we are
visual 24
really heavy,
station
and I
triple.
feel like we might need to be concerned about something. Okay. Fuel and load. What is the current estimate for Heathrow? Damn, we have 23.3 extra tons of fuel. 4 hours, 30 minutes remaining, of extra fuel. Ouch. I should have done a better job at putting in stuff. Landing weight is 225.5. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I don't know for certain, though. With that said, though, we may need to hold for like half an hour. Okay. What I need to find out, though, is what is this aircraft's landing weight? What is this aircraft's maximum landing weight? I just need to find out this real quickly. Maximum landing weight. Okay. Where does it mention it?
Center Citation 80 Bravo's got the field.
November 8 Bravo, clear visual approach runway 29, runway 29, clear to land.
Cleared visual approach, runway 29, clear to land, 80 Bravo.
Okay, 207, so we have 20500, You have 207, 207.
Boston, American 3977, climbing flight level 190 for flight level 210.
205, 207.
American 3977, Boston Center, radar
207.
contact, 20 miles north of Kennedy, maintain flight level 210, clear direct merit.
Maintain flight level 210 and direct
207.
merit for American 3977.
Good afternoon,
207
Boston
tons.
approach. This is Delta 604. We are heading into
Okay,
via
what does that
the
mean for us,
Roebuck
though?
3 approach, descending down to 23,000 feet. We are passing 24,000 feet at the moment.
Delta 604, Boston Center, radar contact, descend via Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 22 left, Providence, altimeter 3047.
Cleared the Roebuck 3 approach to 22 left Atlas approach. Delta 604.
November 111, clear direct Martha's Vineyard Airport, descend and maintain 7000.
Oh dear.
I direct on to 7,000.
We are really, really, really heavy.
Boston, good evening. 8165 heavy.
I did not realize we were this heavy.
TAM
on fuel.
8165, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 340.
Up to 340, 8165.
Yeah, I was not aware that we were this heavy on fuel, unfortunately. We may need to fuel dump. As we get closer, we may need to fuel dump. Our landing weight right now it's estimating 225.5 tons. Meanwhile, our max is, I'm going to assume based on all the numbers I'm seeing, 207. 205 to 207 is what I'm going to estimate at. So, what that means is that we almost certainly will need to dump. From my understanding, though.
Boston Control, this is US Airways 301X, radio kilometer flight level 330. Direct, 1 second.
Uniform Sierra Whiskey 301, X-ray Boston Center, radar contact, 20 miles south of Providence, climb and maintain flight level 330, clear direct Tusky.
Direct Tusky, planning flight level 330. US Airways 301X.
Actually, we might be fine. Well, you might be
Uniform
fine.
Sierra Whiskey 301, X.
Final approach speed is 147
for now,
knots.
please.
At a maximum landing weight of
This is US Airways
236.
301X, what?
236 tons.
Disregard.
Disregard, 301X.
That doesn't require a response, by the way. When our air traffic controller says disregard, after they started saying something, it doesn't require a response. It just means stand by. They'll get back to you. To be absolutely crystal clear. Are they doing a controller swap? Okay. Yeah, maximum landing weight of 236 though, which means we actually have plenty of fuel. So, what arrival was I thinking? We are well, it's not an arrival that I'm thinking. We are taking the Nuclear 2 hotel. No questions asked. That is the arrival that we always do for Heathrow, and we will always change our route in order to get this arrival. And the reason that we do that is because it makes a lot more sense, and there's a lot more holds on it in case we need to hold it, in case we get really, really busy. At which point in time, I would assume that ATC would come online. But we always hold, or we always use the Nugra 2 hotel arrival for Heathrow, unless we're coming in from the west. Unless we're coming in from the west, unless we're coming in from the east or the south for some reason, we will always use the Nugra 2 hotel. So, with that said, though, I have good news about our landing weight. We are fine. 236 tons is our maximum landing weight. We are going to be just below that, it appears. We're going to be The current estimate is 225.5, which means we have no reason for fuel
Number
dump.
1111, descend and
We
maintain
may need up
5,000
the
advised
auto brake
to
setting
site.
a little bit, but that's fine.
Down to 5,000, and we'll probably be a front side location 81
Our landing weight should be fine. But currently, our weight is 261. So right now, even if we wanted to land, we couldn't. So.
Delta 1691 Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 400.
And then in terms of our
Uniform Sierra Whiskey 301 X-ray, traffic no factor, climb and maintain flight level 330.
7 hours 55 minutes. That seems
Parameter Tiger 330 also is a 1 X-ray.
that seems very, very slow, unfortunately.
American 3977 descend via the Roebuck
Especially
3
for
arrival
cruise.
runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 3045.
Descend via the Roebuck 3, runway 22 left for American 3977.
What is this estimate? That's 547. Oh, actually. Oh, I'm being an idiot again. Arrival. Free throw 754 Zulu. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. A little over another 5. Sorry. Yeah, a little over another 5 hours to go.
Delta 604, expect the ILS 22 left.
It'll be 8 Zulu by the time we actually get there. So about 7, 8 a.m. for Heathrow. So
Delta 604, expect the
7,
ILS
8, 9,
22
9
left.
a.m. Seems that accurate.
Expect the ILS 22 left, Delta 604.
And in terms of what the actual aircraft is doing, I think are racing them today.
Point
And
from
we got a
Delta,
head
you can
start.
make left close traffic, and your number 1, runway 5, clear to land, wind calm.
The actual aircraft, which is the 777, is
Did you say that for
not even
Delta
past JFK yet.
604, or was that another number?
Another one.
Copy that.
Air France 12, Boston Center.
Okay, here's an annoying question. How come whenever I fly with BA, I always get the annoying one world livery, not the beautiful regular British Airways livery?
Cape Cod inside this location 81
Bad luck, I'd assume. They're in the are they in Mike Juliet today? No, they're in India Tango.
Alaska 122, descend and maintain 3000, fly present heading.
And then what is this?
Pop-up
Where is this
left
aircraft?
heading 330.
Okay, this aircraft. What is the tail number of this aircraft?
Alright, 6 Papa Mike, you are clear on the Boston Bravo airspace and maintain VFR at or below 3000.
X-ray Whiskey Bravo Echo. Oh, it's going from Vilna today. Speedbird 66.
This is user with 301 X-ray. We are away from cockpit for 2 minutes.
Alright guys, I'm on 2 frequencies at once and people were talking on both of them. The aircraft climbing through something, say again.
Damn, they're far ahead. They got
This is
early.
user with 301 X-ray. Request permission to go for 2 minutes away from cockpit.
I can barely hear you.
This is US Airways 301 X-ray. Request permission to go for 2 minutes away from the cockpit.
That's approved.
Go. US Airways 301 X-ray.
Or 81111, descend and maintain 3000.
Down to 3, your works in sight, 111.
We're 81111, cleared visual approach, runway 24.
We're gonna get a handoff here very soon. And actually, we are moving with some significant speed. I feel like we're moving with
American
a bit more speed than we usually do.
I'm sorry, expect runway 22 left.
Expect 22 left, American 3977.
So we have Ebony, and then we have our Oceanic one, and then We do have a little bit of weather that we may or may not have to be worried about. And then right now, Heathrow is an absolute shit show when it comes to weather.
3045.
But that's fine. That's fine. If it's raining and arrival into Heathrow, then that means we maybe don't want to butter the landing. And maybe we want to just have a firm touchdown. Not 300 feet per minute firm, but above 200. So.
Yeah, stand by, guys. I'm on like 3 frequencies right now. Trying to consolidate them to one. Who was calling there, Boston? Let's go 122 heading 190 John Lowell.
Did you really just get Novograph, Seb? What have you been doing without Novograph? It's so amazing. So amazing. Now, the one thing I will warn you with Novograph is... Okay. This requires a bit of a demonstration. It does actually have a VATSIM integration. With that said, though, last I checked, it was a little unreliable. Okay, and so it's easy to enable. Just come in here, online networks. Okay, it's a bit unreliable though. So note that. And I'll prove an example for you. I'll find an example. Is this guy really on? This guy said he was on 3 frequencies at once. Okay. NS. No. Okay. Alright.
Alaska 122, you're 8 miles from Vocus.
Let's see if this aircraft is on it. He's on Novograph.
ILS runway 22 left approach.
Really?
We're 8111, runway 24, clear to land.
Annoying. Very, very annoying. That it just decided to log me out for some reason. Fixed. Yeah, so just be careful with it, Novograph. It says it has all the traffic on there. It doesn't. So.
I could barely understand what the uniform.
We already have one. Yeah, they are not one, which we're going to begin to knock out here soon.
You're back. Was there something else you needed?
We're going to begin to knock it out probably next week.
This was the one X-ray. We're back in cockpit. I just wanted to say that I forgot to announce.
4 uniform Delta, turn right on Alpha, across runway 32. Good night.
What the hell is Grumpy doing with this? Coffee run part.
Alaska 122, connect Boston Tower 128.8.
Okay, around the world. We already have a round tour.
250.
I need to complete. I do wish it would go a bit more on the east coast of the United States, though. So, yeah, we're gonna begin to knock it out here soon. We're gonna aim to be done with it by the end of the year. So, we start out at, I think we start out at Gatwick this time. We start out at Gatwick to Berlin, and Berlin to Salzburg, Salzburg to Istanbul, Istanbul to Cairo. Yeah. These are all, unfortunately, the annoying legs, so a lot of these are quite long. But we will begin to knock them out next week. So, we are going to begin to knock them out next week. At least that is the plan. In addition to continuing with Baltimore Heathrows. So, this is 50 states tour would be good. Obviously, for Maryland, you can do Baltimore. For Virginia, you can do Dulles. Okay, you can do Dulles for Virginia because, I mean, I know it's like kind of on the border, but it's Virginia's biggest airport, so by far. Obviously, New York's JFK. Well, I guess you could do Boston for New York. It's been forever since we were last at Boston. Unless I'm unless my geography is failing me again.
Citation, triple one's clear of 2-4 touches with the southeast FPO.
I could just want to hit Google Earth on here.
Citation 81 triple one.
I don't see you on the ground, so if you, I don't know. Jackson, have your discretion. Have a good night.
Okay, I am definitely on the ground, and we can text the FPO. Citation 81 triple one.
Boston
Yeah,
is
it's
in
weird.
here.
It's not showing up for me at all, but have a good night.
Maybe it's in
Mike,
main.
proceed inbound for runway 22 left.
Yeah. Actually, that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. Because that might defeat one of the issues of all the legs only being like 5-minute legs, all like VFR legs. So that might fix that issue if you were to do it like that. Okay. Okay, where's Boston Airport? My geography is failing me right now. Oh, it's right here.
Hello, Boston Center.
In Massachusetts.
This is Delta 604. We're on the what is it? The Ruberg 3 approach to
It's not an approach,
Cabos
it's arrival, but whatever.
to 22
This guy's
left
learning.
final. To 22 left ILS final approach. We're at 5,000 feet currently.
Delta 604, were you not talking to me before?
Say again?
Were you not talking to me already?
I think approach went offline, so I just went on to this frequency, if I'm not mistaken.
Nah, I was on approach. I'm on both frequencies now. You're fine, but you're severely low for where you're supposed to be on that arrival, so maintain 5,000 and maintain 250 knots.
Will do. We'll maintain 5,000 and 250 Delta 604.
6 Papa Mike, can I pause in tower 128.8?
Okay, so I was talking with my dad, who is a true Londoner. Grew up just south of Heathrow,
Boston departure, radar
and
contact,
he
radar
says
contact, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Straight up, fly level 350.
that Gatwick and Stansted
Walker 1108, no traffic observed between
are
you and your
both
destination.
London
No
airports.
service terminated. Squawk VFR frequency change approved. Have a good night.
Thanks, we were just about to call you. Perfect timing. Appreciate it as always. Have a good night.
So yeah, JetBlue 855, Washington's closed, frequency change approved.
We gonna hand off here soon. We'll be getting a handoff here soon-ish. I mean, I got no traffic, so wouldn't be surprised to see him cut us loose here in about 30 seconds. If not, he has us for like the next 10 minutes. So, and then at Ebony, he will cut us loose, and then we will be off onto the final North American leg. So, one of these days we're gonna do we're gonna do the leg back from. We're gonna do a Heathrow to Baltimore. I'm going to do a Heathrow to Baltimore one of these days via Speedbed 22 Bravo. That's okay. Actually, that'd be interesting. A full day of flying. Round trip there. Round trip back and there. that would be an interesting day. It would be a very long day, but it'd be an interesting day. Do it as if it was the real thing. So maybe like an hour-long layover or whatever. Maybe like an hour-long turnaround time.
Anyone had a problem, so I need to offline.
Have a good night.
So,
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
okay, Seb, I want you to weigh in on this. Okay. So Stansted is up here. Stansted Airport is up here somewhere. Gatwick is down here. Heathrow is right here. The question is Gatwick and is Stansted, are they true London airports? And I think we've had this discussion before, but I can't remember the outcome of it. Because I think not. I think that Heathrow and London City are the only true London airports. So, at least that's in my opinion. And just to say it, Luton is not even in the discussion. Luton is not in any way, shape, or form a London airport, despite it claiming to be. Luton is not now, and will never be a London airport. Luton is up here, and it is not. Luton is more of a York airport. And neither is Birmingham. Birmingham, definitely not.
Boston Center, good evening.
Definitely not
American
London Airport.
34 with you, flight level 2,000 feet.
Record 2134 Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 320.
Flight level 320, American 2134.
Alright. Oh, yeah, we'll be getting
Number 2 Echo Romeo, enter right downwind runway 16.
Enter right downwind 16 to Echo Romeo.
I'm curious about something.
Boston Center, good evening. This is JetBlue 675 with the 13,000 direct Bridgeport VR.
JetBlue 675 Boston Center, hello, the Kennedy altimeter 3047.
3047, JetBlue 675.
You know what I miss going to? I really miss Dusseldorf.
JetBlue 675, I'll let you choose. Runway 624 is closed at Bradley. Would you like runway 15 or runway 33? The wind's currently 240 at 4.
I'll take 33.
I routing expect the visual approach 33.
Set to visual 33, JetBlue 675.
Alright, let's see this. Why are my panels going off? I do have power issue in this room, to be clear. Okay.
Delta 604 flight.
That seems like a long leg, Sub. that seems like a really long leg.
Stay on current heading. Descend to 3000 Delta 604.
That seems like a really, really, really long leg. I'm not gonna lie. Seems like a very, very unbelievably long leg, unfortunately, Seb. we will be getting a handoff to Unicom 22.8 in about 8 minutes at absolute max.
Delta 604, turn left heading 280.
Turn left heading 280, Delta 604.
Now I'm curious about something. I'm gonna test this.
TM 8165, New York Oceanics closed, frequency change approved, good night.
8165 going to the dark side. Thank you very much. Have a good night. See you.
Yeah.
No, this does not work. But this. Actually. Yeah, it does.
Delta 604, continue left heading 250, join the localizer, and just maintain 210 knots or greater.
I might have just discovered
Turn
something that might make the...
to
might
250 and join on the localizer Noli, and don't exceed 210 or greater, Delta 604.
I might have just found
Close,
something.
just maintain 210 knots or greater.
210 knots or greater, Delta 604.
American 3970, descend and maintain 4,000.
4,000, American 3977.
Okay, I want to test something out here. Lift box control. So I have a program called Liftbox. And what it does essentially is, in a nutshell, is it works. What it does is it allows you to see some of your device or some of your screens on your tablet, and it allows you to control those screens as well. Right. So what I'm testing out here, what we can do is if we go into Windows, actually, what we can do here is we can go into Virtual Display. Oh,
American 39,
you have to run it as admin first.
Heading, reduce speed to 210, vectors to final.
Present heading, reduce speed to 210, American 3977.
Delta 604, 3 miles from Wayne, cleared ILS runway 22 left approach, maintain 190 knots.
Cleared 22 left, ILS approach, go to 190 knots, Delta 604.
Come on now. Come on now, Liftbox. Do your job. So, what we're going to do here, the Liftbox, there we go.
American 3977, you can reduce speed to 190, actually then just have to maintain 3,000. There'll be a short vector through the localizer just for wake turbulence.
Okay, watch this.
Alright, slow to 190, then down to 3,000 for American 3977.
JetBlue 675, just have to maintain 11000.
1000, JetBlue 675.
Okay.
Boston Center, American 2134. It seems that we have a hydraulic leak. Could we return to Boston?
Oh, we got an emergency going on.
3977, turn left heading 250, join the localizer.
Left heading 250, join the localizer, American 3977.
Delta 604, heavy maintain 170 knots until Vocus.
Maintain 170 knots till Vocus, Delta 604.
Mark 234, you're clear to Boston Airport via turn right heading 070, descend to maintain 1000.
I'm curious about this here, right here.
1000, left heading 270.
Right turn heading 070.
070. American 2134.
Okay. So what I'm doing right here is I now can control the
American
FMC.
3977, 1 mile from Wayne, cleared ILS runway 22 left approach, maintain 170 knots until Vocus.
Clear LS 22 left, maintain 170 knots till Vocus, American 3977.
Delta 604 Heavy, connect Boston Tower 128.8.
It doesn't work with the FMC.
Contact Boston Tower 128.8. Goodbye.
We're 2 Echo Romeo, runway 16, clear to land, the wind at Beverly's calm.
Oh, wow, that sucks. So.
75, descent on pilot's discretion, 5,000, just advise the airport in sight.
That sucks.
Send to 5,000, advise airport in sight, JetBlue 675.
Beaver 2 Lima Juliet approved.
This is US Airways 301 X-ray. Can we switch to Unicom?
Beaver 2 Lima Juliet, Moncton Center is closed, frequency change approved.
Over to the dark side, Beaver 2 Lima Juliet, see it.
Uniform Sierra Whiskey 301 X-ray, frequency change approved.
Off to Unicom now. Okay. So, I have this thing called Liftbox. And what it is it is a way for me to use my tablet as kind of an EFB in a way, but also an FMC for the triples, and also as an FMC or sorry, an MCD for the Airbus. And I'm seeing here that it's not really properly working with the A350, unfortunately. Okay, I'm tapping on it and it's not doing it. So that sucks. It's annoying. Unfortunately, so. We can X that out. But in the meantime, we do have access to an EFB. Okay. And yeah, I mean, sure, there's a slight delay in it. It's not bad though now, is it? Okay. I'm bored. Talk about the insanity that happened at work. Mr. I can't do my job correctly was there, and he was brutal. And I'm serious when I say he cannot do his job correctly. The good news is that I've been named his replacement. And he'll be out. I believe that next week will be his last week, from what I've been told. So, I have been formally named his replacement. Okay, what this means for the channel? Absolutely nothing. Means absolutely nothing for the channel, because I've been assuming this position for a while now. It is a shift lead position. Things on his mouth. Here. It is a shift lead position. And yeah, I have been assuming this position now for a few months. I was told that I was gonna be taking on this position. Back before I went to the UK, back in June, I want to say. But I've now been told that I'm straight up replacing this idiot who cannot do his job correctly. So the bad thing is that I work at Chick-fil-A, and this guy has caused customers to not want to come. So oof. And my question is, why the fuck have we not fired him yet? The good news is that I do believe he is on our way. I believe that he is on his way out. I don't know if we're firing him or if he's getting a full demotion, but I know that something's happening to him that will cause him not to be in any kind of leadership position. I think beginning not next week, but the week after. I think next week will be his last week in leadership. which is amazing because he always mucks up the money. So, yes, I work at Chick-fil-A. I work at a mall location, and that is where I get money to afford this massive setup. And now you understand why why occasionally I cannot afford my Novograph subscription. So. Yeah, to be honest, our food could be better, but I've also been working there for the past 2-3 years now, so. Yeah, so, thanks. Yeah, this idiot can't do his job, though, and I've been complaining about him for months. I've been literally complaining to my operator about him for months, and he's aware, and now that we're getting customer complaints, he's going to be out the door here soon. So now that customers are beginning to say, we will not come here because of this guy, it's bad when the customers begin to complain. And at a Chick-fil-A location as well. McDonald's, that's one thing. Okay, at McDonald's, that's to be expected. Not at Chick-fil-A, though. But to be honest, I don't know how that's not grounds to just straight up fire him immediately. So, favorite sauce, the current Dijon mustard that we have. The Dijon mustard that we have. Dijon mustard, and then the honey roasted barbecue. Beyond that. So, it's really interesting how I got the job back 2-3 years ago now, because I had not gone to a Chick-fil-A location at all in years before that, and I mean literal years. So, my go-to Chick-fil-A Deluxe Colby Jack cheese, extra pickles, no tomato, medium fry, and a sweet tea. Sweet tea, because I'm a proper Brit, and we love our tea. Though admittedly, our tea kind of sucks. But don't tell anyone I ever said that. So. Okay. We are cruising quite nicely. Seb, I don't know if you were here for it when I announced this, but I have completed my evaluation on the PMDG 777. The 777-300. Yes, it is. I have completed my evaluation on the PMDG 777. Video will be going up at some point within the next week or two, when I can figure out a way to edit it into a way that makes sense. It's not going to be a standard video where I record bits of it, right? It's not going to be a standard plane review, right? It's going to be, let me go ahead and get a bunch of footage first, and then overlay a voiceover. Okay, it's not going to be the true good old-fashioned way that I do stuff. But the PMDG 777 scored an 82% on my evaluation. The things hurting it the most: the flight controls, with no way to calibrate the throttles for those of us Airbus idiots with the Airbus throttles. There's no way built in to do that. Right. So what I have right here. So here's the OIS of the A350, right? From Inibuilds. When I do the throttle calibrations, I can do it through here, and it doesn't matter what throttles I'm using. As long as I have the desense, I can calibrate them. Now I understand that Boeing aircraft do not have the detents. Doesn't matter. There needs to be a way, right? There needs to be a way to say, okay, 50%, the first 50% of the throttle within maybe the climb detent, and then beyond that. But there needs to be a way to do that without having to go into the settings. And that's one of the areas that it lost points. Other areas that it lost points is I was unable to get lift box to work with the FMC. Therefore, the virtual FMC went out the window. So it lost points on that. Let's see here. It lost points on something else as well. Shit, I'm not recording this. Let me just make sure I'm recording this. There we go. Now I am. Also, no glare on the screens. That's another area where it lost points. You can stand by. Sorry about that. Other areas where it lost points. Realistic looking displays. In my opinion, the displays do not look as realistic as they could. There's no glare. There's no reflections. In the flight computer controls, it scored 10 out of 10, happily. Okay. And then, in terms of the EFB, it lost points with there being no pushback tool. That's right. That's one area where it lost points. So yeah, overall, not a bad aircraft. At some point this week, we're going to be doing the evaluation for the A350. I might do that. I might knock that out tomorrow, mid-afternoon. That's what I'm thinking. And then tomorrow night, we are assuming I don't get called into work to replace this douchebag early. And I'm using very offensive language with him, but that's because he absolutely deserves it. Assuming I don't get called into work tomorrow evening. Tomorrow, we will be resuming some short hauls. In the, I'm aiming for the Phoenix A321. That's what I'm thinking. Though, if PMTG decides to release the 737 for FS24 overnight, which they said that they're close as of a week ago, then I'll pay for that, and we will be doing some 737 ops. Despite the 737 being the aircraft I hate the most. So, very few aircrafts I hate. I absolutely despise the 737. The 737 and the Dreamliner. Both those aircrafts. I will never fly on a Dreamliner again unless I'm forced to. And then I will never fly on a Boeing 737 unless I'm forced to either. So, give me an A319, A320, A321, the neo equivalents of all those. Give me an A330, a 777, give me an A350, an A380. Give me an Embraer of either the E170 or the E190s. I don't care, right? But I will never ever fly again on a 737 or a Dreamliner. So, unless I'm forced to. With that said, though, we will definitely get. Actually, let's see if there's an update put out by PMTG real quickly. We're on Unicom now, so. Uniform. No. There's no update. So, they said that they were close, though. In this one, they said that it would be entering into beta testing here shortly. So. And then the 747 is also getting good. So I'm very, very curious to see what a PMDG 747 would look like. Okay, I would like to see it. I would like to have a decent 747. So, with that said, though, if they're going after the dash 100 first, then oof. I've seen it. I've seen the flight deck of a 747-100. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Not something I'd want to learn how to fly. It seems very, very complicated. And it seems as if there is a real need to have a flight engineer to understand everything. So, and that's the same reason that I won't buy the Concorde. It seems as if it's way, way, way too costly in terms of time to learn how to fly properly. Meanwhile, here's a A350. This thing's quite easy to fly. Same thing with the 777, and everything else that we fly on the channel. Quite easy to learn, right? It's really just about, can you learn how to fly it properly, and can you learn all the real life procedures of what to do. So, speaking of, I'm curious about something. Yes. So, I don't know if you know this. We're approaching winter. And this button right here is going to be something that we will be using a fair amount going forward. It's called the ditching button. Even though it is, in the words of EasyJet SimPilot, probably the most inaccurately named button ever. So, now, if you were to end up in the Hudson, or end up having to actually ditch the aircraft, then yes, you'd press this button. But it is also used for anti-icing, or for de-icing. So, did you see it earlier? So, from that EasyJet SimPilot guy. Yeah, I thought it was quite interesting. So, I thought it was quite interesting. Used for the de-icing. So, de-icing, or if you are silly, then yeah, you'll use it for ditching the aircraft. Actually, I don't know if the A320s or whatever have it. I would assume no. Actually, they do it. I don't know if the newer ones do, but they should all have it. Essentially sealing up the aircraft. So, right. Anything we need to do right now? No. Our next waypoint is not for another hour or so, so we're fine on that front. Boston Center's still in line, but we are past him now. We're off on the dark side. What is the situation looking like at Heathrow right now? I'm expecting some air traffic control to be on at Heathrow, but when we get there, though, always the possibility that I'm probably wrong on that. 11 landings into Heathrow, not horrendous. Not horrendous at all. You have speed route 99. Sorry, that's... Sure if that's not important. No. We have some airline I don't know. We have another airline I don't know. We have Speedbird 98 en route. Then we have Air Canada, and then we have us. And then we have someone else from JFK. That's interesting. We'll check their location out in a moment. We have Mass 4 arriving in Heathrow. Damn, 11 hours. Ouch. And another Air Canada in Speedbird 5-4, and yeah. I am expecting some ATC online when we get there. So. Speedbird 17 Whiskey. Hang on, I'm not seeing them on the list. I'm not seeing them on the list. Speedbird 17 Whiskey. Okay. In that case, let's use VATSpy because VATSpy will tell us. Do I not have VATSpy on this computer for some reason? I could have sworn I did. Let's quickly download VATSpy then. You know, I can understand the use of VATS and radar, but it's like, why do I not have VATSpy on here? I should probably be using VATSpy more often, to be honest. So, yeah, I should probably be using it more often as I become a controller. This is my issue though. Maybe I can reassign some of that. Filter destination report. Save. There we go. Yeah, it looks better, but at the same time, though, I can understand why VATSpy we should be using VATSpy more often because these little lines right here, unless those are just aircraft headings. So, and I thought Speedbird 17 Whiskey was. Are they headed to Gatwick or are they headed to? I thought they were headed to Heathrow. They were headed to Heathrow. Oh, no, they're going to Gatwick. They're going to Gatwick. In that case, yeah, it's... Okay, not bad. Not bad. Yeah. No, I have the, Seb, I did something, the other day. I have installed Euroscope. I have... Yeah, I need to learn it better. I need to learn it more, so... I have installed Euroscope. And so here is Edinburgh, which is where I think I've decided I'm going to begin my training at. Because Edinburgh can get quite busy at times. Eddie can get quite busy at times. So here's Edinburgh. You have your runways. You have all your taxiway information, which I know you already know. You have your stands, which, yes, over in the UK we call them stands. They're not called gates over in the UK. They're called stands. Don't ask me why. I'm not right. Whenever anyone in the UK tells you to taxi to a stand, they will say taxi stand blank. They will not tell you to taxi to gate blank. They will tell you to taxi to stand blank. No, not right now. I know that there's a new area cycle that we need to install, but whatever. I'm not going to be getting my controlling for a while, so. We did look. We looked not too long ago, and okay. My position right now is You don't get a lot of for realism. Yeah, well, I can understand that. If you were doing everything if you were doing everything the proper way. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, if you were doing everything the proper way, us pilots would have restrictions on how much we could fly, and then controllers would also have. I'm pretty certain that controllers would have restrictions on how much they're able to work. Not to mention, I guess the one realistic part about VATSIM controlling right now is that the controllers right now are, at least here in the US, are not getting paid right now, unfortunately. And I don't want to get that political because this channel is not meant to be a political channel, but yeah. I guess the one realistic thing that's going on right now is the call signs, maybe, and the fact that controllers right now are not getting paid. Unfortunately. Thanks to idiots in Congress, so. Anyway, right now we are on position 854. So it's going down slowly. I think last week, this time it was at position 866. Yeah. Normally calculated once every 24 hours or so, and yeah. But anyway, they said year-long wait list to be expected, so I'm not surprised that it's going to take a while. So yeah, it is truly unfortunate. Actually, so, and the worst part about it is that it even affects, people don't realize that the whole government shutdown even affects people buying houses. So, my mom's boyfriend is actually trying to buy a house right now, and he needs to get a loan that needs to get approved by the federal government for some reason. And he's not able to get that loan right now because it's shut down, and so because that he might not be able to get the house that he really wants. So I don't know. And to be clear, I don't see any end to this shutdown in sight. I don't want to get too much more political, but this shutdown's going to last a while. I would not be surprised if we go through the end of the year without seeing the government reopen, which is insane to think about. But I'm completely serious there. I would not be surprised to see us go through the end of the year at all, and see the government reopen. So both sides are still playing the blame game right now. So. The good news is that air traffic controllers, they did help to end the previous government shutdown. By applying pressure in ways I don't understand. So there is that. Alright. Do we need to do any step climbs? I don't think I would like to do any step climbs. So. I don't think I want to do any step climbs. I don't see any step climbs in here that need to get done. No, I don't see any step climbs. Okay, to depth is in just under an hour, so. To depth is in just under an hour, and we will go ahead and file for our oceanic. Actually, let's do it now. Let's do it now while we move on before we move on to the next topic. Once again, well, we'll use your page for it because it's easier for the mouse. If I can even find your page. Okay. Oceanic clearance. Sign in with that sim. Start. Level 330. We can take a maximum of 330 today. And the reason that is our maximum is because of our weight. Okay, we're our weight, and because of our fuel efficiency, we cannot climb today. Nor do I want to. Okay, our speed is going to remain at Mach. What's our speed going to remain at? Performance Mach 0.85. So 0.85. I know that especially in the Boeing aircrafts that will say Mach 0.85 whatever. For the oceanic, it's through 3 digits. Do the rounding, do the math. Rounding's not hard. Then we are on the 2 depth, which I'm not seeing here as a nat track for tonight. Really? Simbrief? Simbrief will also tell us. Yeah, we are not on an official nat track for tonight. Which means what I always do is I always put in as filed then. Basically tells any oceanic controller. Go look at my flight plan. Okay, first we are Gander, and then the entry fix is to depth. Tango, Echo, Delta, Uniform, Papa. If I can spell it properly. And then the arrival is, and then the arrival for the fix is 417. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I always just pay attention to that for a few moments, right? I haven't seen any significant changes, but if it's going up and down all the time, then what I will do is I will simply say I'll round to, I'll go with the minute that's in the direction that it's going, right? And so if it's constantly between 416, 417, but it moving more towards 417, then what I'll do is I'll go with 417. That happens a lot in the triple. The current TMI on the top of the page is what? 276. The text, I always put the cell count, which is Echo Romeo Mike Papa, I think. Yes, it does. And we have our clearance. This is all we need. So, this is all we need. Alright. And then, just to take another look at the weight, I think we're going to be A-okay. I think in terms of the weight, we're going to be just fine. FMS. Fuel node. Estimated landing weight right now is 225.1. Our takeoff weight was 269.6. And our current weight is 253.8. And we have 57.2 tons of fuel on board. And then we have enough fuel to get essentially back to Baltimore. Well, maybe not back to Baltimore, but to redo all the oceanic part easily. We have an extra 4 hours and 25 minutes of fuel, so we can hold if we need to for Heathrow. But that's fine, because we're tankering a bunch theoretically. Yeah. Anyway, our landing weight, though, that does cut it close, to be clear. If I were to ascend for some reason, then I would probably want to hold at Heathrow. So our maximum landing weight, according to Airbus, for the A350-1000 is 236 tons. Where our landing weight today is going to be 225 tons, so just below our maximum landing weight. So, Alexa, turn on Ryan's bed. Yeah, it's we're gonna be fine, though. If that number begins to creep up in that direction, in the direction of 236, then we may decide to hold for a bit, hold for like half an hour, or something, or until we become lower than our maximum landing weight. So, and we're paying attention to this number up here for that. Okay. If for some reason we arrive at Bovington and we're above in this GW, this gross weight up here is at or above 236, then it's going to be an immediate hold at Bovington until that number gets lower. So I'm paying attention to it today because it does look like we have a fair amount of fuel on board. The good news is that we don't have to do any fuel dumping, at least not yet. Now, if for some reason we were like 20 tons above, then I probably would. What I'd do is I'll climb it in the hold at Bovington, climb to flight level 100, and then we'd do a fuel dump. And of course announce all that. So, but the reason that we'd climb to flight level 100 to do that instead of remaining at flight level 70 is just so we remain higher. And to be honest, we might even, depending on if there are any other aircrafts, we might decide to climb even higher than that. Go to like flight level 1. Get like flight level 15, maybe even back up to flight level 200. So we don't dump fuel and essentially piss on a bunch of other aircrafts passing through Bovington, as it is as it is one of two important waypoints for Heathrow. The most important to be clear, it's the most important waypoints for Heathrow. And all traffic for Heathrow, aside from, 95% of traffic for Heathrow will go either through Bovingdon or Arkham. So, all right. Current time now is 3-3 Zulu, and our ETA right now is time 7:05 for Zulu. Though that's essentially 8 o'clock Zulu for there, which means our arrival for our Heathrow time is looking like plus 5 hours from now. That means it's about 4 a.m. For them lot over there right now. Looking like we have about 5 hours left. Or no, 4.5 hours left. So around 8-9 a.m. for Heathrow time. So that's fine. That is fine. All right. Let's see here. Anything special we can do? We might hop on Minecraft in a moment. I'm out of ideas. Let's see here. Anything special going on right now? Regional planes collide at LaGuardia. What's that about? LaGuardia is always a mess. What on earth are we talking about? Okay. 2 Delta regional jets. Oh dear. Delta had a bad day. Okay. NTSB is now investigating. See here. The NTSB is now investigating after 2 Delta airline regional jets collided on the taxiway. Delta's insurance company is not. Delta's actually had a really rough year. Damn, Delta's had a rough year this year. Because, I mean, they had something happen at DCA as well. So, yes. Is the shift lead manager? Yes. Shift lead, I don't know how other stores do it. The way that we do it, though, is we have our operator up at the top, and he's the one who owns the store. And then we have directors, shift leads, team leads, which where it's kind of where I've been for like the past, let's say, 8-9 months or so, and then we have regular team members beyond, down at the bottom. That's the way we're structured. But the directors they're supposed to be there every day, and for the most part they are, but they don't actually lead the shifts. They're not the ones in charge of the store for the most part during the day. Of course, a lot of them also act as shift leaders because we're low on those right now. I actually don't know if we're low. Well, I think we're low. But yeah. So, operator, directors, shift lead, and then we have team leaders, and then team members. And really, to be honest, anyone team leader is management. They're immediately considered to be in leadership. So, they're immediately considered a manager. So. Yeah. One person was taken to the hospital on this. My word. My word. low speed collision. Okay, pilots T-bone the other plane. Okay, I'm curious about this. Do they have like video of this happening? So, yeah, damn, Delta has had a rough year. That's a year. Shut up, Adobe. I freaking hate Adobe. So, freaking hate Adobe. So, yeah, no, Delta's had a really rough year. Between, it was one of their aircrafts as well that had that DCA taxiway collision, right? I know that something happened at DCA. I think it was a Delta. And then, of course, there's that one that crashed at Toronto. Yeah, of course, there's the one that crashed at Toronto. I think it was Toronto anyway. You had that one earlier this year as well, and then you had the chaos that happened at Mexico City, and then you've had a bunch of Delta engine failures, at least according to Voss Aviation. Or has it been United with all those engine failures? It might have been United with all those engine failures. Yeah, damn, Delta's had a really rough year though. But I think it was the Delta plane that collided at the taxiway collision at DC as well. It wasn't the big one, but I know it was American. Still, Delta's had one rough year. Delta and American Airlines both. I mean, American had that mid-air collision at the beginning of the year. So, and then they had the two taxiway collisions at DCA. So it was a flight attendant that was injured. My word. My word. So, brittle. So let's all remember that the point of aviation is to remain safe. Let me just put that out there right now for legal reasons, so no one gets in trouble. So let me just make sure that is out there now. The whole point of aviation, the whole innovation issues behind aviation, as someone would say, has been because of safety. So. Increase efficiency without sacrificing safety. Unless, of course, you're DCA, at which you will prioritize noise abatement over changing your stupid procedures. So, and yes, that is a real thing. Apparently, now the NTSB hasn't issued the final and full report, but apparently there were so many warnings from pilots about the potential for a mid-air collision at DCA, that it was elevated, and they literally deny it because of noise abatement. So we did talk about it on this channel when that news came out during, I think it was Baltimore to Heathrow. But at no point should noise abatement ever supersede mid-air collisions and the risk for mid-air collisions. At no point ever in time should that happen. And if you see it happening, you need to say something, because it shouldn't. Noise abatement, that's a pleasure thing. Mid-air collisions, that's a safety thing. So, and I want to be 100% crystal clear about that. Mid-air collisions, that's a safety issue. If you need to change up your procedure because of the potential for mid-air collisions, you need to do that before you even think about noise abatement. So, I want to make that 125% crystal clear to everyone. That what the FAA is most likely going to be found at fault for the issue. So. Exactly. And you want to know the insane thing, though, as well said. Apparently, with that DCA collision, apparently there were like 14,000 near misses since 2021. Yeah, apparently there were like 14,000 near midair collisions that came within 500 feet. From the time of the incident to like 2021. So, it's like someone's not paying attention if that's the issue. If that's true, which it came from the NTSB, then yeah, someone didn't do their job very well at all. So. Let's see here. Is this the document I read? I don't know if this is the document I read, but yeah. Trying to find that exact number for you. And no, in case I feel like I shouldn't have to say this though, but that American or that PSA Airlines plane was in no way, shape, or form at fault for the accident at all, because they recovered the black box from it as well, and they found that they had tried to avoid it. So, I just want to say that for once, American Airlines is not responsible for the incident at all. So, with that said, I also want to say, where is it? I also want to say that runway 33 at DCA does not make sense at all. Period. It does not make any sense because you have to do this weird arrival procedure in order to do it. So you have to do this weird arrival procedure that has you come out. So it's weird short final. And if you come over here, oh shit, you're gonna get intercepted by F-18s. So I don't know if it was this one. All right. Yeah, I do have to give the NTSB props for this because when usually a lot of federal agencies would remain silent on it, these guys are not. These guys are not remaining silent at all. They've been very clear about some of the issues at DCA. So that is another good thing that the NTSB is doing, which I would like to see more federal agencies do. Transparency. So no matter how no matter how much it criticizes some of the people in charge, they've been very, very transparent and very, very unbiased about everything that's been happening. So, all right. Let's see here. We are something. Sorry, we are about half an hour away from going oceanic. Current arrival time, my time is so current Heathrow time. Why is EGNM our diversion field? Why is it not Manchester? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Why is our diversion airport not Manchester? So, if for some reason we need to divert, to be clear, such as another Heathrow outage, we will be diverting to either Manchester or Gatwick. We will not be diverting to Leeds. Or, yeah. We will not be diverting to each of them. We'll be diverting either up to Manchester or Gatwick. Or Stansted. Stansted's another good option. So I want to fly in and out to Stansted more. Seems like a good airport. And we are going to be crystal clear. But of course, one thing to remember, everyone, is just because we file for an alternate airport doesn't mean that's going to be our alternate airport if something were to happen, right? So obviously, let's say that we had an engine failure coming out of Baltimore. Well, first off, we'd probably return to Baltimore for the convenience, because we already have stuff set up mostly. We don't have to prepare. We don't have to prepare any kind of taxi info. But let's say we had an engine failure like over JFK or something. Okay. We're not going to go all the way to Manchester just because that's what we have filed. No. We're gonna divert to. If we had it over JFK, I'd probably divert to JFK. Because especially British Airways will probably have an aircraft sitting on hand if needed. So we can just move all the pilots over. We can just simply move all the passengers over to that other aircraft and be done with it. Right. Move all the passenger stuff over to another aircraft. Send those passengers on their way. Maybe after getting some contact information from everyone. Right. Now, we had. The reason that we'd not be diverting to Leeds Bradford is because it does not make any sense for us to do that, especially when we are as heavy as we are estimating to be. Our landing weight is still estimating to be 225 tons, but if that's quite heavy, that's quite heavy for Heathrow. Or sorry, for Leeds Bradford, right? That would cause a lot of brake wear and tear. So, just something to keep in mind. All right. Speaking of weather, what they're looking like at Heathrow. What is the weather looking like at Heathrow right now? Let's see here. We should. Oh, I'm sorry, Barry. Why do we not have that? Why do we not have ops? Load sheet FP. Okay. Whatever. We will just simply take a look at it. Let's go ahead and just quickly take a look at it over here. If anyone wants to use CPDLC, which is also how you get the METAR fire your plane, here's how to do it in the A350. Make sure you have a hobby. Make sure it's in. Then just come over here to serve. Sorry, not serve. Come down here. Go to ATCCom. D-ATIS, or Digital ATIS. It'll automatically load your departure airport, your arrival airport, and your on-file alternate. Okay? Now, for Heathrow, we're going to switch it to none. Send request. The reason we switch it to none is because a lot of airports, sometimes if you're at Atlanta, you'll get both the departure ATIS and arrival ATIS. But for the most part, on VATSIM, you'll get only one set. Only one set of ATIS. So, and that's why you hit none, so you don't have to worry about that. So, and right now for Heathrow, the winds are 180 degrees, 7 knots. Ooch. Oof, that's a crosswind. That's a crosswind landing right there. That's a crosswind. And I suck at those. Should not be a pilot at all. Tempo, with rain, so yeah, so we will make sure to have this auto update. I feel like there might be a chance we might be arriving into Heathrow with a bit of rain, so yeah. QNH 1013. Damn, QNH is normal. And then you have NCD, I forget what that stands for. I'm getting better with reading my with reading my METAR reports. I'm getting better, I think. No sig would just be, or noise sig at the end would mean no significant change anticipated. So don't know what tempo means though. Anyway, this is how you use CP. That's how you use CPDLC to get ATIS reports. So, okay, the winds are fine. Arrivals are fine. Okay, cost index is only 63. That's not as high as I was expecting it to be. So. And again, we are flying with literally 4 hours of fuel remaining, or 4 hours of extra fuel. So, right now, if we had to declare an emergency, yeah, and in the real world, a lot more will. In the real world, I know that Heathrow has arrival and departure ATIS, different ones for the real world. So, just not in the on VATSIM though. That's one of the not realistic parts of it, I guess. So, all right. In terms of our current fuel, 57 sorry, 53.7. And what are we using right now? It should tell us how much fuel. How much fuel we're consuming on average. I don't see it though. Yeah. Once again, we're paying attention to the fuel because I'm a little. We're borderline overweight. I mean, we should be fine though, but so. All right, we will be going oceanic in about 20 minutes. Find ourselves some topics to talk about until then. So. We could talk about how much I hate the 737. So. Yeah. The only one I feel like I've seen it for on VATSIM is Atlanta. That's the only one I really feel like I've seen it for. But of course, I don't really fly that much in the U.S., so I'm not saying it doesn't exist. So, what can we talk about? We could talk about my absolute hate for the 737. How much of a steam engine that thing is. So, I'm serious. The 737 is a steam engine, to be clear. Could talk about my growing love for Airbus. I figured I figured out how to so you know how after like 5 hours the sim would get really bad in terms of the frames. I figured out how to fix that. All we have to do is clear this. Delete that. Unless we can't. Because maybe it's being used by Liftbox. Maybe it's being used by Liftbox, so. Maybe not. Okay, I'll have to look back into that. So, came up on my YouTube writer. So, all right. So, I made a purchase earlier of a bunch of things, mainly for the flight sim setup that are going to help out with the channel. And I think I've already mentioned this at least once or twice. But I purchased a new USB hub. So only 6 hubs to go. My word. You know it's going to be the magical 100 sub special, right? It's a tour of the flight sim setup. So, it's a tour of everything and a tour and what's going to be swapped out here soon. So I purchased an extra webcam earlier today. Cheapo Logitech one. But the intention is it's going to go on this screen right here. So. No, I'm not a baseball fan. I don't actually pay attention to any sports at all. So, and I'm gonna point this down at the setup, or at my legs and at my stuff, and when we are landing, I'm gonna get to see the yoke, the side stick, the throttles, and don't think we'll be able to see the. I don't think we'll be able to see the rudder pedals. But, yeah. And you'll also be able to see the radio. Because I have moved that as well. And a bit more to the PC, so. Speaking of flight sim setup, Seb, have you seen what WinWing has been doing recently? because I am very, very close to putting in a massive order with them. In fact, earlier today, I was going to put in an order for some of their stuff, but I decided not to. So, Winwing has been doing a lot of stuff recently, and I am here for it. So, the main thing though is that we are going to upgrade the throttle unit, because right now I'm just using the Thrustmaster, and after I see some more reviews on the throttles, I am absolutely going to be purchasing those and throwing out the. Well, I won't be throwing out the. I won't be throwing out the whatever, the Thrustmaster throttles, but I will be throwing out. I might be dishing them though, putting them in the closet though, so. I will be putting in an order for Winwing at some point here soonish. Maybe probably not. I was gonna do it earlier today actually, but decided that getting webcam was a bit more important. And I do have to unfortunately factor tariffs into my purchase. Actually, I don't know, because I have to factor in international shipping though, and I did not realize how much that was. So. Anyway, that is the intention. So, the intention is when I place my Winwing order, it's gonna be for an MCDU, an FMC. So the MCD for the Airbus aircrafts, the FMC for the 777. And then the throttle unit with the speed brakes and flaps. So I can tell you now, I'm getting excited for the FMCs. So instead of having to pan around like this, I won't have to do that here soon. At least it's not the intention. So. Why is that like that? Oh, so. Alright. But to give you a little bit of an idea on the cost of everything. Oof. So it'll be, so for the 777 panel, for the 777 and the MCDU FMC things, it's gonna be $147. So, which is a complete steal compared to some of the cost of some of the other MCDUs and FMCs that I've seen. So, someone has one that's like interchangeable, but it's like $700, and it's like, why would I buy that? Because I only use, these are the only two I need, you know. I only need it for the 777 and the A320s. So that's all I fly. Don't need it for the steam engine. Certainly don't need it for the steam engine as well. It's like, why would I buy it for the steam engine? And yes, I'm calling the 737 a complete steam engine. So. And I don't have a good 747 I could fly, so. Not to mention, I'm pretty certain that these are mostly identical. At least these two, so. Alright. Bit of shameless self-promotion. How is that most recent short been? Yeah, that short hasn't been. The shorts haven't been doing as well as I thought they would be. So some of the shorts have not been doing as well as I thought they would be. So that said, this guy absolutely was a mess. Zeb, you weren't here when this happened, but this is one of my head scratching moments. So the whole Gatwick incident. So, and I'm still working on that on the Eurocapitalist video, slowly but surely. I have all the process on the iPad here. Slowly but surely, I have to convert a lot of footage to MP4, unfortunately. But yeah, anyway, purchased a webcam, and that'll be in videos or in streams probably starting Tuesday, I think. So, Tuesday afternoon is what I think it's gonna end up being. So. You get to see my messy desk. So you get to see. So. Speaking of tea time. Don't know if I've told this story before, but when I was in the UK, not this year, but last year, I purchased a proper British tea kettle for the ability to say that I have a proper British tea kettle, and it's been amazing. It's been really amazing. I purchased it from an Asda, which we don't have over here in the US. They're essentially kind of like Walmart, but better and smaller. I also purchased a suitcase from that Asda, and that suitcase is better than any other suitcase I bought over here in the US. So, anyway, then I forgot that the standard's different, despite me using adapters the entire time. So I quickly went on Amazon and purchased some a new set of adapters, and the thing still works. The kettle still works, and it works well, even though now it is a little slower than it was, but it still works. So. All right. Year. And then over in the UK, this year I purchased these wonderful cups. It's a wonderful cup from Greg's. So, the equivalent of Dunkin'. Dunkin', but better. And plus, I don't know if they have Dunkin' over in the UK right now. So. All right. The mess at work. Work was a mess today. We were busy because it was a Jewish holiday. But leader who I am replacing was completely incompetent today. He's running about doing everything that he shouldn't be doing. He should be getting other people to go run off around the store, find stuff to do. And we were busy, and we were short-staffed today. And that was very, very annoying. So. And then, of course, he didn't count right. And I know he didn't count right because he said we're short $11. The whole store is short $11 when earlier today it was 0. And he's been the one in charge the entire day. So, I know it was his fault that... I know that the money situation is most likely fucked up again. So, anyway, it's his mess and he gets to deal with it tomorrow as well. And then next week is last week leading shifts. And then I get to take over full-time from him. I don't know if he's getting fired or if he's getting demoted yet, but something is certainly happening to him. And, yeah. Yeah, anyway, it was busy and short-staffed, so. And a bit of a mess, so. What else is there in the news to talk about? Aviation related. Boeing delayed the 777X again. Who exactly is surprised by that? So, yeah. Yeah. Seems to me like Boeing cannot catch a break because, now in fairness, they kind of put themselves in a bad position over the past 5 years or so, or sorry, over the past 20 years or so, but still, they kind of need a break. So, either way, the 777X, I'm happy that they're taking their time on it, because if they were to continue to rush it, then could turn out the same way as the 737 Max. So that's another. That is now the 737 Max is an aircraft that I will never fly on. Even forcefully, I will not fly on that aircraft. If you were to tell me that the way to get home is to either walk 1,000 miles or hop on this 737 Max, well then I will happily walk the 1,000 miles to get home, because I'm not going to step foot on a 737 Max ever. Those things are not safe. I would never fly on one of those. So, I'll tell you what we can do right now. We can go ahead and schedule the stream for tomorrow. So. What should we do tomorrow? So, tomorrow we're going to do some short hauls. First things first off, we'll go ahead and get a cup of tea going. I think the 737 Max 8 is fine after the adjustments they made, but with you on the 9. Yeah. With that said, though, I don't know off the top of my head if Kelly Ortberg decided to make any changes internally with the safety stuff. I don't know, and I haven't seen the evidence to say that they're doing a better job with manufacturing stuff safely, aside from the FAA is not on them constantly about it, and that they decided to ramp it up very slowly instead of very quickly. With that said, though, the Max will end the 737 lineup. To be clear, Boeing needs to work. If Boeing's not already doing this, they need to. But they need to begin to work on the next generation of either the 747 or, short haul wise, the 757. Because the Max is going to kill the 737s, to be clear. Boeing's failure with the 737 Max is going to cost them the 737 Max name. Because when you think of a 737 Max now, I do not think of any safe aircraft at all. Rather, when I think of an Airbus A320, I think of a very safe aircraft, one of the safest you can fly. But even non-aviation people think, when they think of a 737, they think crash. So, I mean, I would never fly on a 737 Max ever. but their failures with the 737 Max lineup is going to kill the 737 name entirely, and it's going to be a beautiful thing when Boeing finally acknowledges that. It's also going to be really bad for them for business, because what it means that they need to use either the 757 name or they need to use the 727 name. So the 727 is an area of opportunity for them. Same thing with the 757. Yeah. So. And then when I think of a Dreamliner, I think of a very rocky plane, because I've flown on one. But I don't think of an unsafe plane, so. The Dreamliner's actually not bad. I just don't like it because it didn't feel good when I flew on it. So, it felt very bumpy, felt very, felt kind of as if it was taped together. It didn't feel the way I'd expect a plane to feel. Now, granted, it kind of gets that feeling naturally because it's not direct aluminum, it's composite material. Kind of like the A350 that we're flying right now. But still. Now that's a question with the 777X. I don't know if it's made out of composite or if it's still made out of aluminum. Or, sorry, aluminium. I don't know if it's made out of aluminium, but I think it's composite now. I don't know for certain. Let's take a look here. Scene 3 actually. We'll begin to work on the thumbnail for the plans for tomorrow night in a few moments. Yes, it will be made out of composite, so that's great for fuel efficiency, to be clear. So. But the composite material, that'll be good. So that'll be really good. Now I'm still waiting for. It's gonna sound really evil with me, but I'm still waiting for the first true hull loss of the Dreamliner, because once you figure it out, once you have the first hull loss of something, then. Right, the first true hull loss of a technical issue on the aircraft, then you know it's really safe. Especially with the age of the Dreamliner now. I mean, gosh, the Dreamliner's going on 13 years old now. So, and I'm excusing the Air India incident because that seems to me as if that was suicide, unfortunately. So, I was really hoping it was going to be something else. To be clear, I was really hoping that the Air India incident would be something to do with the weird engine failures. The weird dual engine failure that happened in Japan on a touchdown. So I was really hoping that that was going to be something else and not what it turns out it probably was. So. Yeah, a lot of people are disappointed, to be clear, with that, and I don't blame them, so. Yeah, so the 777 will be made out of composite. Interesting. So. Interesting. Well, I don't want it to crash necessarily, but when crashes happen, though, it does reveal really big bits of information, and it applies pressure to companies to fix them, right? And so when the 777 had its initial crash, Speedbird 38 back in 2008, I want to say. To be clear, they piloted everything right, that one. it revealed a much bigger and much more important issue with the 777s. Right, but the main thing is like after the first big hull loss incident where it can be blamed on a technical issue, then that's when I know that an aircraft is really safe. Because especially with an aircraft that's maybe been in the air for 15 years. Right? That's when you know it's really safe. Because if it happens, if you have a crash every 15 years on an aircraft, and right, and you fix that issue, then over the lifespan of the aircraft of maybe 30 years, you're not really gonna have. You're only gonna have that one incident, maybe two at absolute max. So, the crash, when an aircraft crashes, though, it does apply much more pressure to fix things than if an aircraft doesn't, and it should not be that way. It should not be that way, but it applies pressure, and yeah, there's no other way to put it. So, and it's unfortunate to think that you have to sacrifice human lives in order to fix stuff. So, I don't know. I might be sounding like a bit of a psychopath right now. So, with that said, though, that's not to say that the Dreamliner isn't safe. The Dreamliner's a good aircraft. So, and it's now gone. I don't know if it's gone longer than the triple between the first proper flight of it being used as an airline to its first hull loss. But I'm gonna act as if it's that way because the Dreamliner, I think it's pretty clear at this point in time what that crash was back in, I guess it was June. So. Alright. So tomorrow's plan is going to be some short hauls. Tomorrow evening, to be clear. Fuck no, I'm not waking up tomorrow morning. Whopping 2 hours of sleep. Tomorrow, so this is your choice. Shall we take the A319, the A320, or the A321? Shall we get... I'm inclined to say the A321. Unless PMDG releases the 737 between now and tomorrow night's stream, which they're not going to do. So. Got the A320, A321, or A319. The only difference is the physics of it. The physics and the size. So A321. I agree with that. So I agree with that. Tomorrow we're not going to finish up the shuttle award for aeronaut. What I'm thinking about doing tomorrow is tortoise across the pond. So very, very slow getting it over to Baltimore. Get very, very slow. Starting out at Heathrow. Oh my gosh, it'll be nice to have a night Heathrow departure. I don't know what the title should be. Okay. What about that for a title? But you know what we could also do? So, just out of curiosity, Seb, since you control Hawaii, so, just out of curiosity, since you control Hawaii ground, how long does it take roughly for a flight from Hawaii to like LAX or something? Do you know how long it takes off the top of your head? Is it like almost a mini long haul, or is it like a, or is it like really short? My geography fails me again. So. I can imagine it would probably be a mini long haul. Oh, actually, I don't know. Do you know how long it takes on average to get from like Honolulu to like LAX or something? I'm just curious because I'd kind of like to. I've been meaning to get over to the west coast, or yeah, to the west coast for a while now. So maybe we go. Bloop 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 bloop. Bloop bloop bloop. So typically 5 hours. My goodness. Though I'm not gonna say that doesn't seem about accurate for the distance. So then we can do Baltimore to Heathrow in that time length, or most of one anyway. Okay, here's a stupid idea. Go from Hawaii to LAX, LAX up to maybe San Fran to Seattle, maybe Seattle to Toronto to Halifax to is it Nook? I think it's Nook. Halifax to Nook. Nook to Reykjavik, and then Reykjavik to Eddie to Heathrow. So, I'm Hoppers. Yeah, I go that. So, yeah. And yeah, I can understand why no one would want to go to like Japan or something. So that seems like it would take ages. That seems like it would take ages, and you're flying into the wind. So you know what? Actually, what? Grumpy's working on something over here with the new sky. Grumpy's working on something. I don't know what he's working on. Coffee run. He's just doing it. Part 1. It's interesting. Doing more South American. 2. I can understand why that would be that. So, 2. Part 3. That's a long haul. What the fuck? Those are all long hauls. I'll tell you what. Tomorrow we'll finish up the UK Shuttle Award. which is Bristol to Newcastle. Well, I don't know. I actually don't know, because I don't think I'd want to take a triple set, or I don't think I'd want to take an A321 from Hawaii to LAX. And I know it's done like all the time, but still, I don't know if I'd want to do that though. We could finish up this tomorrow, or I guess today. Today now. Newcastle to Bristol. Oh, I completely forgot. We've gone oceanic now. We need to do this thing real quickly. Squawk 2000. Completely forgot about that. So, yep. Definitely want to do something tomorrow, though. Definitely want to do something, some short hauls tomorrow. So, trying to figure out what we should do, though. What does Grumpy's tortoise across the pond look like again? Down in Boston. So, okay. So we knock out part of that anyway. So Bristol to Edinburgh. That'd be interesting. Bristol to Eddie. Eddie to Keflavik. Keflavik to Nook. Nook to Gander. Gander to Halifax. Halifax to Montreal. Montreal to Chicago. Chicago to Kansas. Kansas to Denver. Denver to Phoenix. Phoenix to San Fran. San Fran to Vancouver. Vancouver to Calgary. Calgary to James Armstrong Richardson International Airport. That to Toronto, Boston, and then Goose Bay to Nook, Nook to Keflavik, and make our way back over to Heathrow. You know, I feel like we should start knocking this out at some point here soon. So. I know. I also kind of miss flying with the yoke, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I got a very, very expensive Thrustmaster yoke right here, so. Winnipeg. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, I see that now. Winnipeg. My geography fails me again, because I did not. You know what I had to do, right? Because I am stupid when it comes to aviation, apparently. What I did was I literally printed out a little thing. I printed out a circle, labeled all the headings on it, so I don't have to spend 30 seconds thinking about, oh, if the winds are 230 degrees, we're landing on runway 27 at Heathrow. Now it doesn't take me forever to realize that's a small crosswind condition. So my geography fails me. So, and you're gonna hear that a lot more. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll begin to knock out this. Okay, tortoise cross the pond. Number 1. Let's get this for tomorrow. Tomorrow, probably begin quite early. Probably begin quite early tomorrow. Jump down into JPEG. You will go ahead and reuse from the Euro capitals. So, yeah, well, Okay. Tortoise. Across the pond. Number 1. Okay. Tortoise across the pond, number 1. And we'll be taking A321. And the first leg is, was it Bristol to Eddie? Did I have that correct? Bristol to Eddie. Yeah. So, I love me a bit of Bristol at times, even though I've never flown in there. I've only flown out of Bristol, of course, in the sim. So, and then it's Eddie to what? Eddie to Keflavik. So, okay, let me just put this up over here for right now because we don't have to pay attention that much to the flight right now. What we need to pay attention for is if any USB devices decide to misbehave, causing both engines to fail. And that did happen the other day. I'm completely serious about that. The whole clip's gonna go up at some point. So, it was nearly diverted to Shannon. In fact, I began the churn for Shannon, but then I was able to get both engines up after the APU started up. So, it is. No check. To then it's and some of those routes are a little on the long side, so I will warn you to Bravo Golf Hotel. So some of these routes, I will warn you, are a bit long. So aeronaut. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna begin quite early, I think. So. Well, actually, we need this legs. So. And the new sky rating is anything above a 7. That seems very, very low. That seems very, very, very low. Okay, and this for today at, I'll call it 8:45, though I'll probably be early as usual. Probably be early, so. Not 8:45 a.m. This idiot, so. And then with these, we should be getting a lot of, we should be getting a fair amount of ATC is what I would guess. So, I would guess we could get a fair amount of ATC. Maybe not with this one, but the one after maybe, so. What is Heathrow beginning to look like? Not great. Heathrow is looking rainy right now, so. They're arriving. Hope they don't crash into the Terminal 5 Bravo. So. Okay. Just to say it, Heathrow is the absolute best airport in the world. Just to say it. changed my mind about Heathrow being the absolute best airport in the world. Aside from the fact that the Brits can't figure out that they need to build a third runway and fast. I'm serious. I'm waiting. Convince me that Heathrow is not the best airport in the world. I mean, it's always fun to see left, right rifles early in the morning. Actually, if we were to look right now on VATSIM radar, or not on VATSIM radar, on flight radar. Heathrow is the two runways. Yeah. Just to say the Brits are stupid because they've not realized yet they need to build a third runway. So, okay. This guy, if this guy's going back and forth like that constantly, then either there's some kind of issue going on or their approach is massively unstable. Speedbird 106 from Dubai. Damn. Arriving via 27 left, I see. Though it is... yeah, they're probably done their left, right then. So the way that... Okay, let's take a look here. So the way that Heathrow... Oh, I'll come back to that in a moment. Honolulu. Yeah. That's 1, 2, 3... Gosh, 4 or 5 runways? Am I counting that correctly? 1, 2, 3. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. But can this one... That one... Surely this end can't be used, so... Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 physical runways. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Okay. 11 different runway headings you could fly. So 2 hour... Oh, okay, 2 hour water. Yeah, I guess I can see that, so... I guess I can see that now. Yeah. Well. But the good thing that Heathrow has for it, though, is... operationally wise, it makes a lot of sense. So... I mean, it makes sense to them because what that means for them is that they can have an arrival every 45 seconds, and then so they can have arrivals every 45 seconds that don't obstruct with other traffic, right? And so you don't have to have any like specialized go around procedures, like you have at Schiphol. So, damn, Schiphol has horrendous go around procedures, very very complicated. Rather, Heathrow's are quite simple. Right. But the way that Heathrow operates is they're allowed to start landing planes, I want to say around 6... I want to say about 4 a.m. is when they're able to start accepting a lot of planes. Okay, until that point... maybe it's 6 a.m. Until that point, though, it's a lot of planes holding, right? So we have a Virgin, we have 1 Virgin there, 2 Virgins, American, right? They're going to be right now they're holding in Bovingdon. I know because I've done that so many times now. Right, so, but what Heathrow will do is, when they first open their runways, they'll land left, right. And they'll do that for at least the first hour. And what that allows them to do is get rid of a lot of the aircrafts that are holding, right? And so right now we have Right now they have a number in Buffington, right? They also appear to have a number in I think both these are. I don't know about that guy, but they have some in Aachen by the looks of it. And that's that guy was, yeah, that guy's holding in Aachen right now. So it's that guy and that guy, right? And then what they'll do is, beyond that, they will then start arriving on either runway 27 left or 27 right. I think they alternate every other day. And then what they'll do at 3 o'clock Heathrow time, what they'll do every single day is they'll swap the runways. Right, and so their arrival runway, if their arrival runway was 27 left, that'll become their takeoff runway. And then vice versa for 27 right. Okay. Same thing. It's the exact same procedure for the 09s, to be clear. Right. And the reason that they do that is for noise abatement. Okay. I mean, there's a wonderful hotel right about here. And the noise is there. The noise. There's definitely reasons to have the noise abatement procedures. Right. Essentially, you get to rotate. So people over here get a break. People get over here also get a break. So, and then you get breaks over here, up here and down here as well. So, it's for noise. It's noise procedures. So, and then Heathrow has very, very strict procedures at night. So I believe that begins at around 9 o'clock. I think around 8 o'clock at night for Heathrow, where they can't depart that many aircrafts at all. If you're an A380 trying to get out of Heathrow at I have not seen the Atlanta Renaissance Hotel. Yeah. But Heathrow. I forgot what I was gonna say now. If you're an A380 at Heathrow, and you're for some reason so far delayed, at 8 o'clock you're not gonna get cleared out at all. You won't get cleared out. Because they would rather. So Heathrow can actually accept arrivals beyond that time, but they can only accept a certain amount per year. I think it's only about 600 or so, and they really want to reserve those arrivals and departures for like emergency aircrafts that absolutely have to depart. Right, so that's like presidential aircraft, emergency aircraft, all that stuff. Now, of course, if there are still some limited, like A320 operations that happen at Heathrow at night, but very, very, very limited. So very, very limited. So right. Let's take a look at that. Oh, that looks quite nice. So, the hotels over in Europe are better than the hotels here. Just to say it, even though most of them don't actually have air conditioning. So, no. Next time you go over to the UK, if you're looking for a cheap-ish hotel to stay at, look at Travelodge. Because for the price, you really cannot beat Travelodge. So, they have a pretty nice location over here in Langley. I've stayed there 3 or 4 times now. Quite nice. Yeah, really just a fantastic area. So, I think it's over here somewhere. Where is it? It is right off the M4. I can't find it right now. For some reason, I can't find it right now. It's right here. It's right here. right there. So beautiful little travel location right there. Parking is a little tight, but you'll get used to that. Anyone who's over in the UK gets used to the really, really tight parking. So parking's always tight over there. That's just a fact of life. Still quite wonderful though. Okay. Don't know how we've. I'm so worried. I'm talking about freaking hotels now. So there's the one issue with the long hauls that I will give David complete and utter credit for. One issue. The one issue of long hauls. I will give David complete and utter credit for it. So, taking flight level 330, current ETA is. I'll find out. Flight plan. Current ETA is 7:54. That's stayed pretty damn reliable the entire time. So, both okay. Quebec 37. It's all good. So. Performance. Seb has fallen off the face of the planet first. You might probably be going to bed for school tomorrow. Okay. Tea. Let's see here. Anything special going on up here right now? Does not appear. We are not doing any step climbs at all today. There's no reason to. What's our current fuel look like in terms of our landing? Flight plan. Performance, maybe? Sorry. Fuel mode. Current estimated landing weight. 224.7. So that is moving in the correct direction. That is moving in the direction that I want to see. So. Is this mug leaking? Cost index 63. Current Heathrow arrival estimate is 7:54. So waging not to use some acceleration here. We fly short hauls and long hauls as if they were real flights. The only time that we will use time acceleration is to avoid really, really, really horrendous turnaround times. So, okay. Yeah, for anyone who is wondering though, the way that Heathrow works is the way that Heathrow arrival procedures work and the way that they decide on runways is, so their first hour or two is a bit of a mess because they have so many aircrafts holding in the sky. They have to use both runways to land. Okay, they have to go left, right, left, right. So the first hour or two, they'll go left, right, 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 and they'll do that for like an hour. of course y'all can't see. They'll do that for like an hour, and then what they'll do is they'll go. What they'll do is they'll get departures out on 1. Okay. So instead of it being the way it might work is for one runway they'll go 2 departures, 1 arrival, and then for the other runway it'll be just like, or sorry, for one runway at Heathrow, what they'll do is they might decide to do something like, okay, for every 2 arrivals that come in, we'll try to get out 1 departure, right? They'll do that so they'll do is left, right, or whatever, for that first hour, and then after that first hour, this runway here, or one of the runways, I think they alternate every day between 27 left and 27 right, 09 left, 09 right. Of course, the 27 and 09 is depending on the wind and depending on how badly stuff is looking. Right. We got 3 hours till we arrive at Heathrow. It'll be though is and then they'll do arrivals every 45 seconds or so. Go 1, dun, 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 dun. It'll be arrivals every like 45 seconds or so, approximately, and then departures every 45 seconds or so, as well. So, and that's the way that Heathrow operates. And then every day at 3 o'clock, Heathrow time, they change for noise abatement procedures. So 3 o'clock Heathrow time, they'll change the arrival runways. They'll swap them, right? So if they're departing 27 left, they'll begin to depart 27 right and land 27 left. If they're landing 27 left, they'll begin to land 27 right, depart 27 left. If they're departing 27 right, they'll Alexa turn on Ryan's desk. If they're arriving 27 right, they'll depart 27 left. They'll arrive 27 left, depart 27 right. So Alexa turn on Ryan's bed. Sorry, Alexa turn on Ryan's desk. Alexa turn on Ryan's desk. Alexa turn on Ryan's desk. Useless piece of shit. So anyway, that's the way that Heathrow works. Okay, left, right, and then it's arrivals are one runway, departures the other, and then at 3 o'clock they switch, and then at 8 o'clock they transition to single runway use. Okay, and then they'll change that, right? And the reason that they do that is for Heathrow, it's actually a good thing, because if they need to do any kind of runway maintenance, that's not possible during the day. Not without canceling loads upon loads upon loads of flights. Simply not possible. Right. They have to do it a different way. They have to find time for that. And that's what they usually do at nights. So, right. Runway maintenance, runway inspections, light inspections, right? They need to swap out a light, they'll do that at night. Same thing with taxiways, and same thing with just overall construction, right? Overall maintenance of the airport, right? But if they were to have to close down a taxiway during the day, right? So that'll be a pain. So, right? So it's like, if they had to, Heathrow is such a simple airport where it's like, if them trying to close down a taxiway during the day would be so detrimental to them. It would be so detrimental. So, speaking of Heathrow, let me show you something. Heathrow once used to have 4 runways. Let me show you all something. Overall, this is what Heathrow's look like. Do do do. Do. You're just going down. So if you go back to even this, right? You can actually begin to see like the third runway that Heathrow used to have. Yes, Heathrow used to have a third runway right here, by the way. Actually, they used to have 4 runways. A, B, C, D. That went away. You can see the remnants of it right there, especially off that high-speed exit right there. You can really begin to see the remnants of it right there. And then right there, you can really see it right there. Like you can actually see an aircraft, I think, taking off from it. So you can see another aircraft taxiing on it. Yeah. Of course, Terminal 5 is still being developed at that point. So, and then you can, if you really get back, you can see that you can absolutely see that runway. If you go back to 1945, yeah, you can see the 4 runways. You can see A, B, C, D. And possibly even this, right there, E. Right, go to 85 though. You can still see the remnants of it. Then go to 1999, and they begin to build up Terminal 5 for Heathrow. Then 2002. Then 2003. You can still see the remnants of that old runway, and then you can see that one still being in use. 2004. Now 2005. And yeah. And then 2000, then come 20. Then I guess come 2010. It's like that's when that runway begins to really go away. Come 2008 and come 2008 and they're clearly not using it as a runway anymore. Come 2006, they're using it as a runway. Come 2008, it's quite clear that they're not using it as a runway anymore. They're just using it as a taxiway. You know, of course they'll keep the open pavement because why not? But still, then yeah. 2010, and yeah, and in 2010, it's like they begin to really disassemble it and be like, okay, here's the taxiway. Right, let's just refurbish all that. So, then 2011, and then now if you look at Heathrow now, it's like, can you really see the old runway? And it's clearly beginning to age and fade, unfortunately, and it's really beginning to go away. So, anyway, interesting stuff. So, now to be clear though, Terminal 2 is also going away. Terminal 2 is needs some improvement. So, no, they are beginning to do a lot with Heathrow though. So. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. So, in terms of my food supply, I'm getting a little package. I have options between chicken and rice, French onion soup, or New England clam chowder. Tough decision to make right there, mate. Quite tough decision. Yeah, right now, let's see if this works. Okay, right now, I'm getting to get a little peckish. So I'm gonna leave here and go make something. I got the options between chicken and rice, French onion soup, or New England chowder. I think, of course, all canned. Damn, these are all pretty good. Granted, I have like 3 other cans of the chicken and rice, so. Tell you what, Seb, I don't think Seb's still with us, unfortunately. I'm not seeing any viewers. Just ask him in a minute. Probably went to sleep for school, which makes sense. Fortunately, I'm no longer in school, so graduated in May. So anyway, I think I'm gonna go with. Anyway, Seb, if you're still here, I got the option of French onion, New England clam chowder, or chicken and rice. And I'm thinking I'm gonna go with the French onion because I do love my good onion. I do love some good onions. So I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to apologize real quickly for a statement I made earlier about wanting planes to crash. Inaccurate. Clear. I don't want planes to crash. But with that said, though, after the first crash, though, it makes the plane a lot safer because there's added pressure to fix the stuff, unless you're Boeing, of course. Anyway, off topic. I'm gonna make myself this can of French onion soup, and I'll be back in a few moments. So I'll be back in a few moments. In the meantime, enjoy a nice, lovely view of this. Be back in a moment. turned that one view out of it. Just checking on things for my lovely phone. So, little French onion soup right here. Double it up. So, I'm gonna mute myself, but if anyone's using this, yay. I assume that one person's me though, unless there's another viewer somewhere, but I assume that one person is me. So, 22.8. Alright then. Let's take a look here. So, I think that might be our last week. Right there. I have that weird feeling. Current ETA for Heathrow is time 7:52. Current time now is 5:40. No, I don't know. Yeah, so we have that one, and then we have one after that, and that's it. So, and then, yeah. Now we are gonna do those. Took one in the back. Can I get drum lights on, please? Alright, we're gonna make it PA. And everyone from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. At this time, you're currently showing. I'm just going to give everyone an update for the flight. At the current time, Zulu right now is time 5:42. We're expecting to get into Heathrow in right about the next 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours at absolute max. With that said, though, at this time I am expecting a little bit of weather to show up on the radar, and I am unfortunately, because that, I have decided to turn the fasten seatbelt sign on for the time being. I'll let you all know when it is safe to go ahead and get out of your seats, but please, for the moment, go ahead and take your seats, and yeah. Thank you very much. Once again from the flight deck, Captain speaking. And I'll go ahead and give you all arrival information in about an hour. Before we begin our descent. Alright, thank you very much. Be with you in about an hour. Okay. I do want the weather to show up on the radar, and yeah, it is. We are beginning to run into a little bit of weather. Unfortunately, it does look like it's going to be a rainy arrival into Heathrow. So, yeah, but whatever, that's fine. Okay. Now this time we're going to try and get into Heathrow without any, dual engine failures. So that's gonna be the goal. In terms of the arrival runway, I'm gonna throw in 27 left. We're gonna go 27 left via the Alice, via Bovington, Bravo, November. Nougat to hotel arrival, and that'll give us a bit more of an updated ETA as well. Now that knows about the Nougat arrival. You'll note, yeah. So currently, it's recalculating everything for now. So, currently for Heathrow, well, first off, our landing weight is A-OK. Got about 4 hours and 17 minutes of extra fuel, with about 22.2 tons of fuel on board. Now, current time. Now it's estimating we'll get in about 2-3 minutes earlier. So that's fine though. Heathrow, yeah, or current Heathrow ETA is 7:49 Zulu. 7:49 Zulu. Yeah. 7:49 Zulu. It's good. So, and then yeah, what that means. Now 7:48 Zulu. So, and what that means, in terms of fuel wise, we'll have loads of fuel horns. We're gonna have. Gosh, right now our gross weight is 237.1. So what that means is that we only have to lose an extra. We're about down to our minimum landing weight, or to our maximum landing weight. We're at 237.1, which means we do not have to hold at all. We are. Yeah, what's gonna happen is we're gonna arrive in Heathrow, or in probably by the time we are done with Oceanic, we'll be far under our maximum landing weight. So. And right now, like I said, it's giving us 4 hours, 17 minutes of extra fuel on board. So, which is looking quite wonderful, if I do say so myself. So, now we are approaching the end of our time here. So, then I'm going to go ahead and give all the passengers arrival information in about an hour or so. In the meantime, though, I'm still a little peckish. I have some beautiful bread upstairs, some wonderful butter, and I'll be back after I watch some videos. 28 for the time being. Someone's back with us. So we're just eating some bread here while we have no viewers. Just eating some bread and butter here. I'm watching some Thomas Aviation. So we are flying Baltimore Heathrow, and we are about to enter oceanic stuff. Okay. We did initially prepare for 27 left, though that is now wrong. We'll be preparing for 27 right instead, because 27 right is what they're landing with real life right now. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see here. Flight plan. Yeah. All right. We'll switch over to 27 right in a moment. So, if you want to say anything in chat, you want to ask me any questions, ask away. 'Cause I am all here. I am all yours at this point. So, you want to ask anything in chat? Ask anything over at Discord. Ask anything about the route. Ask away, because I am all here. Ask about how my French onion soup was from a can. Freaking horrendous is the answer. And we are going to hope that we don't have any issues over Shannon today. We're in the A350 Baltimore to Heathrow, of course. We'll be driving via 27 right. At least as of right now. We are beating the real aircraft. Yeah. Current ETA for Heathrow is, let's see here. Current ETA for Heathrow is 7:48. 7:49 Zulu. It's about an hour and a half out. And that's thinking arriving by a 27 left. We'll be arriving by a 27 right, to be crystal clear. And the reason we're arriving by a 27 right is because if we come over here to that sim radar, that's what they're actually using. 27 right. 27 right is what they're using in real life right now. So, and they got a number. They're having their very busy arrival time, which is normal for Heathrow. So, I guess what we'll do right now is throw in an arrival into 27 left. Actually, we can tell you what, we can go direct to a waypoint. Let's go direct. Exit. Where's the FMS? We're checking on fuel in just a moment. Let's go direct. Won't save us that much time, but alright. We need to try something out real quickly. Alright, try something out real quickly. If you already maybe do that. Sorry, but I just noticed the stuttery frames right there. Maybe delete that. No. Really? Really? That's annoying. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking for... Well, maybe if there's a way in, like, the settings or something. Assistances, maybe? No, it wouldn't mean that. Flight interface, advanced options. Sorry, what I'm just trying to look here is... There's no way to, like, clear it. Oh, that's annoying. That is very, very, very annoying. So, anyway, let's continue to get over there because we still have an hour and a half left. So, we will be I'm arriving at Heathrow probably around 4 a.m. my time, which I live on the east coast of the United States, so. Flying lovely speed bed, of course. So. Flying lovely speed bed with a, where is it? With the new sky running in the background. Keeping track the whole fleet. So. See here. Is it Grumpy who is tuned in? Is it Grumpy or is Seb back? I have a hard time believing that Seb is back though. To the person tuning in, feel free to leave a comment. So, feel free to leave a comment, but alright, let's take a look here. Seatbelts are on because we're in a little bit of weather right now. Y'all can't see that. Where is it? So, you're in a bit of weather right now. It's going to be a rainy arrival into Heathrow. And in terms of the weather for Heathrow, let's take a look here. I'm hoping not for a crosswind landing. ATC calm. It might be a Cat 3 landing, unfortunately. Oh, no, it won't be. So, winds are 180 degrees, 12 knots. No, that's crosswind right there. Visibility 9999, scattered at 1200, broken at 1700. The QNH 1012. Tempo. I forget what that means from my ATC controlling. And then broken at 1200. So, in that case, the cloud cover's all over the place. I just know that there's something going on there. So, that's all that means. If you have any questions on how to read a meta report, which is what this is, I'd be happy to explain it to you. In fact, I'll do that right now, as I'm looking for something to talk about. Okay. So, start out with the ICAO for the aircraft, or for the airport, sorry. And then you have the date of the month. Okay, this is the 3rd of October. And then you have the time in Zulu. So this was as of time 5:50 Zulu. So it's about 20-30 minutes ago. We'll be getting another one here in a few moments. Okay. This is automatically generated, as in no one's going up there with like a tool, right? It's automatic. Okay. Then you have your wind. The wind heading is 180 degrees at 12 knots. You have the heading and the speed. Then you have visibility right there. 9999 means loads of visibility. Visibility 5 kilometers or more. Then you have dash RA, which I forget what that means. And you have cloud cover. So it says you have scattered at 012. What that means is, yeah, the clouds are scattered at 1200 feet or flight level 012. Okay. Then the clouds are broken at flight level 017. So broken at 1700 feet. Then you have some temperature information. Okay. Or, sorry. Then you have your temperature information right there. So your temperature is 14. Then you have your dew point, which is 12. Okay. The dew point, I'm not really that worried about it anymore. It's not something that a lot of us need anymore. Okay. And then you have the air pressure. For anywhere essentially outside the U.S., it's going to be a QNH. And so, right now, for Heathrow, the QNH is 1012. Standard pressure, which is essentially even. It's is 1013. So theoretically, we could flat the thing all the way down to standard pressure. That's not really recommended. It is off by 1. So you have tempo. Forget what that means. Then you have broken at 1-2 again, and that's it. So, and we should be getting an updated. We should be getting updated in a few moments. Actually, we should be getting updated and probably we're getting something updated in a few moments. Tempo means temporary fluctuations. So essentially, it's consistent, but there are fluctuations in it, right? So especially with, like, the cloud cover. So and then the RA is rain. So yay, rain. Hey, bud, go lay down. Go lay down. It's your bedtime. Go lay down. So, yes. So I guess there's rain, which makes sense for the cloud cover and coordinates perfectly with what Vets and Radar has to say. All right. Let's take a look here. I have the seatbelt signs on probably for the rest of the trip. Upon passing Brexit, which will pass in half an hour, we will go ahead and begin to wake all the passengers up. We'll begin to go ahead and give them important arrival information. Yeah. And then we'll begin our descent. We're only at flight level 330 today. So we actually have a while before our top descent. We can descend after Newport today. Now, with that said, though, we're usually flying at flight level 390, which is 39,000 feet, for anyone curious. We're usually flying at flight level 390, or even flight level 410, so usually I'd have to begin descent a little bit earlier. With that said, though, we're actually reasonably low for a flight like this. With that said, though, I don't want to ascend, even though an ascent would actually make us a little bit more fuel efficient. And here's the reason why. If we come over here back to the FMS, and we come over here to fuel and load, what we see is we have a lot of numbers here. Okay, I'm going to show you the numbers that we're concerned about. We have our gross weight. We have our estimated landing weight. We have our minimum fuel at the destination. Okay. And then we have our extra fuel. Okay. We're measuring it in tons, to be clear. We measure it here in tons because I'm a good old-fashioned Brit. So, anyway, all these numbers are actually looking good. Right now, if we wanted to, we could land right now. The thing is, though, is that I don't want us to become any more fuel inefficient. Or sorry, I don't want us to become any more fuel efficient. So right now, our gross weight is 232.5 tons, or metric tons. To be clear, I should probably specify that. It's metric tons. Very different from imperial tons, to be clear. Currently, we're sitting at 232. Right, our maximum landing weight is 236. Okay, at 236, you can land overweight, but you need a fire department inspection to inspect your wheels right above that point. And we're still, I know, even though we're only going to go down from here, that's still a little on the heavy side. Right, so that's like not really. I don't want to become any more fuel efficient right now because I want to actually burn more fuel. Okay, right now it's estimating our landing weight is going to be 223.7 tons of fuel. That's fine. Right, the main thing is that the landing weight number needs to be it needs to be below 236. in terms of tons. So, and then we have our minimum fuel, which is 5.7 tons. This is the minimum amount that we need in order to do go around and divert to any airport if we need to. We have it set as at a 5.7 tons. We can change that, right? So let's say it's really windy arrival, right? Then we can up that to maybe 6, or up that to even 7. Okay. Then of course we have our payload information. We have 369 passengers on board, which means we have a full flight. So, all right. Now, as we get closer to Brexit, we're going to go ahead and issue a lovely speed bed wake up message, or wake up PA, right? I already gave the passengers a slight warning in the back saying, we'll have some issues here soon. So now we do have someone who is 1,000 feet above us, about to pass us. We should see it in a moment. Like we should see this guy. There they are. Pass. Just gotta keep an eye out for traffic. Okay. So, good. At Brexit, we are going to go ahead and begin to wake up our lovely passengers who have been with us the entire journey. We're going to try not to have any double engine failures over Shannon today. I've tried a few things since the last stream. Essentially what happened last stream is Microsoft Flight Sim bugged out after my USB devices bugged out. And what happened was really weird and really annoying. Because what happened is I went to go grab myself something to eat for a few moments. And then we had a dual engine failure. Because it turns out when your throttle is disconnect, the sim will treat it as if you have flipped the fuel cutoff switches. If you have them assigned that way. So, which I do. It's very, 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 very annoying, to be crystal clear. And, right, fortunately I descended about 5,000 feet without realizing. Fortunately it wasn't more. If it was any more, then we would have had bigger issues. But we only descended about 5,000 feet, roughly. Before I realized it, and then we descended another 10,000 feet while I was trying to fix it, which simply meant starting up this bad boy, the auxiliary power unit, which provides necessary hydraulic and electrical power. Hydraulic, pneumatic, and electrical power. It's the equivalent of like a ram air turbine, which we do have. The rat is right here, right. And yes, we need to deploy that. It's the APU is kind of the equivalent of it, but it takes a little longer to start. But the main thing is that it works on the ground. So it works on the ground, and it's the official way to do things. The rat is only there for a backup. But yeah, I had to start up the APU. Start the APU bleed, which is necessary to get the engines back on. Which essentially tells the APU, look, all the pneumatic power, instead of providing it to the cabin, provide it to the engines. Okay. And then we went ignition start, and we had to restart both engines. And it did take a minute. In the meantime, I'm looking for a diversion field. You get quite busy when that happens. So. Anyway, it's fine. It works. Okay. We were able to fix it, and then we were able to actually ascend to flight level 330, where we are now, and make it the rest of the way. And then when we got there, when we got to Heathrow, we dropped off. We banged it hard onto the runway. 367 feet per minute, I think that landing was, and yeah. But didn't want to butter it after that. Wanted to get it firmly on the ground. So, with that said, though, I have not seen a single USB issue during this entire stream, and I've been using a lot of my USB devices, so. Alright. How long do we have until we are at Brexit? We have estimating Brexit in 20 minutes. Once again, at Brexit, we'll go ahead and deliver a lovely little PA to all of our lovely souls on board. Essentially telling them to wake up as we are approaching Heathrow. Wake up, go ahead and enjoy a lovely meal, which British Airways does do. To be clear, this is real life. This is a real route. Aircraft's a real aircraft, but of course they're aircraft. In the real world, they have a 777 on the route. They used to have a Dreamliner on the route. They have a 777-200 now on it. So yeah. Speaking of next week's Baltimore to Heathrow, we are back in the triple, under the assumption that next week we're back in the triple. Next week, under the assumption that under the assumption that we do a better job. I want a landing of 300 feet per minute or less. Give me 200 feet per minute on today's landing, and that'll be good. That's all I want. A 200 feet per minute, 200 maybe 250 feet per minute landing. Today we kind of need to bash it down onto the runway a little because of the crosswind condition. So today's it's gonna be a little bit harder than it than it would be usually, but still. All right. Let's take a look here. So, once again, about 20 minutes or so, we will go ahead and make a PA. And then we will go ahead and begin to consider our approach and all of our lovely information. Arriving in Heathrow. Currently, we don't have ATC online. With that said, though, with how many aircrafts there are, it's only a matter of time. So here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aircrafts on the ground at Heathrow, with several more arriving, and they are taking off on the wrong runways, unless they decided to switch runways on us already. They have not. Heathrow has not switched runways. To be clear, in the real world, they are still taking off 27s. So. Did a guitar or 777 really just crash Heathrow? I hope not. Did a guitar? That seems quite certain that maybe they did, though. Guitar. Oh, what's their altitude? $900 feet. 900. No, I don't think so. I think it's a flight tracking issue. Because it did just pop off the radar. So incredibly rare. Incredibly broken. I will say Flight Sim 24, or sorry, Flight Radar 24 definitely has a few issues right now. So it doesn't work the best. I will say that. And it's kind of unfortunate to say that, but yeah. Alright. I'm gonna finish up my bread here, and then we'll go ahead and make an announcement. Okay. This guy here, this Lufthansa A320 is arriving. Quite nicely as well. 22.8. Great. One little bit of milk later, and alright. Let's go ahead and we are speeding up a little. Heathrow ETA, time 7:51. We have about an hour until our arrival. At this time, we can go ahead and go direct to both of them. Insert. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and buzz all the lovely passengers in the back. Okay. And good evening, and good morning, lovely passengers in the back. At the current time, the current Heathrow time is about 7. It's about 8:47, 8 o'clock now. We'll be arriving in our current ETA is in just over an hour. I just wanted to give you this little courtesy wake-up call, just to wake all y'all up, because in about half an hour or so we will begin our descent into Heathrow. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and allow everyone to wake up and allow everyone to be a bit more comfortable for our landing. And I will have another announcement as we begin descent. Probably in about another 13 minutes, but probably in about 20-30 minutes or so, I will have another announcement containing more arrival information for Heathrow. Once again, thank you all so much for flying with British Airways today, and I'll be back with you in about half an hour or so. Thank you once again. I could have done better. Could have done better. Could have done better. No, this is beautiful. A beautiful screenshot time. Save. That looks really. That does look really good. That does look really good, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they're no effort now. They're landing pretty heavily right now on the 27s. They're landing pretty heavily on the 27s right now, or on 27 right now. That's expected to continue for a while. Alright, 22.8 until for like the next 20 minutes or so. And then about 20 minutes or so. At both of them, we'll go ahead and deliver the next in-flight announcement. So yeah. make sure we're transmitting on Unicom 122.8. In terms of Heathrow right now, yeah, they're gonna get someone online here soon. I can almost guarantee it. So it'll probably be as we're arriving, but I'll continue to monitor it. 22.8 for a few moments. Alright. Let's take a look here. So we are direct to Bofum to join, I believe it's the Quebec 37. Yes, it is. Alright. What does this mean, though? This means we are... So we're going to pass Bofum at time 721 Zulu. That's in just under a few minutes. Sorry, just under 20 minutes or so. Which means, time-wise, means now's a really good chance to go ahead and perform our descent briefing. Okay. The way we're going to do this is, I have this right here. Actually, I'll make this way right here. So, right now, Heathrow is looking a little bit busy. They're trying to arrive via 27 left. Keyword being trying to. The reason that I said that they're trying to is because we are not. We are taking... Right now, in real life, they are arriving via 27 right. So, we are going to take 27 right unless ATC hops online and says otherwise. We're going to take 27 right because that is the correct thing to do on VATSIM. Use the active runway. Use the same runway that they're using in real life, okay? I believe I already have that in. I'll quickly change on my 27 right. And it is via Bovingdon. Via Bovingdon, Bravo, November to be clear. Nuker 2 Hotel. Insert. There we go. Alright, in a few minutes we will go ahead and make another lovely PA to the passengers in the back, providing arrival information and providing just overall landing information before we begin our descent. Okay, we are at flight level 330 right now, so we are a little on the low side for what we're usually coming in at, but that's fine. It means our descent can begin a little later. Now, in terms of our arrival, we are on the Nugra 2 Hotel arrival for Heathrow today, as always. If Navgraph is going to function. Let me restart Navgraph real quickly. We're on the Nugra 2 Hotel arrival. For those of us who do not know what that means, that is completely fine. Basically, Heathrow has different arrival procedures. We're on the Nugra 2 Hotel. One which is sent. Now what that looks like, I know this off the top of my head because I use it so much on the channel. So, our first waypoint is Nugra. Okay. Then we fly direct to Tobit to be level at flight level 200. It's flight level 200, level by Tobit, and then it is down to Soppet, level 150. And then we go to Bovingdon, Bravo, November. Now, it is important to understand Bovingdon and Bravo, November as the same thing. As what will happen quite often is HEC will tell you, look, turn direct Bovingdon, Bravo, November. Right. They can get away with only saying Bovingdon. What that means is you need to know that is Bravo, November. Okay. So, in terms of speed restrictions, we have a max speed of 220 knots at Wesco. Same thing at Bovingdon. And then, in terms of... and then our approach. Okay. In terms of our approach, we are taking an ILS 27 right. Take the ILS, of course. Got about 10 minutes before we have to make another announcement to the lovely passengers in the back. We'll be arriving here. I'll be arriving in time for 8. Okay. So this is here's the approach procedure. In case of a go around, well, first off, we intercept at altitude 2,500 feet. Okay, that means is beyond Bovington we will be radar vectoring around. It simply means that altitude 2,500 feet, level by Bovington, Bravo Nova. Altitude 2,500 feet, level by the time we turn final. Okay, so it'd be maintain 2,500 until established. Once established, we'll descend the glide path. Okay, and then the approach frequency is that. Let me quickly go ahead and do that. Let me just figure. Actually, we can go ahead and do our performance data now. Approach. Okay. We'll throw in the winds in a bit because I want to wait until we get this next batch of ATIS, or this next batch out, which we'll be getting out in about 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, though, where's it? I just saw it. VLS. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Might be in maybe serve. Speaking of that, we need to go ahead and throw in our squawk code again. The squawk is what? 2411. Yeah, we will wait until we get the next one out, so. Alright. Right, I'm going to go ahead and wake up all the passengers again and give them their arrival information. So, the arrival information for Heathrow simply consists of when we'll have trains that just follow the signs straight to border border patrol and customs. Follow the signs. Your baggage will be waiting for you by the time we get there, hopefully. You do have access to underground walkways if you wish. So, alright, let's go ahead and do this arrival briefing. H101. The winds are 190 degrees. I think that's a little bit better. No significant change. That's no noise sig. Got broken at 700 overcast conditions. The rain. Okay. And a very good morning to everyone. This is your captain speaking. So we are going to begin our descent into Heathrow in a few minutes. But before that, I want to go ahead and give everyone some wonderful arrival information before we do that. Okay. The first thing to note is in terms of border patrol and customs, you can just go ahead and follow the signs after you get off the aircraft. Just follow the signs. You'll go down some escalators. Elevators are available for those who need it. Just follow the signs, and you can either take a train from Terminal 5 Bravo, or Charlie. So do not know which one we're gonna end up at. But anyway, just follow the signs, and you can either walk between Terminal 5 Alpha, or walk to Terminal 5 Alpha via Bravo and Charlie, or you can go ahead and take a train there. I do advise everyone, at the very least, consider taking the. I do advise that everyone at the very least consider walking. It's quite nice. It's a nice little walk, a nice little way to stretch your legs after a nice long flight. At least that is what I recommend. The current weather at Heathrow is about what you'd expect for Heathrow. Unfortunately, it is rainy. Temperature's about 14 degrees Celsius. I do not have the conversion off the top of my head for anyone from the US who's flying with us. It's about 14 degrees Celsius. Roughly around 50, 60 or so Fahrenheit. It's a little bit windy out there. It's quite overcast though. Just keep that in mind. So it's kind of like what you'd expect. It's also rainy. It's also a little rainy in some areas. I just want to go ahead and give everyone a little warning now. This arrival into Heathrow was not. It's going to be the smoothest arrival. The winds. I mean, I had just said that it was a little windy, right? We have a 12-knot wind, which is not ideal. And it's completely fine for us, but it's still not exactly ideal. It's a bit challenging for us. It's perfectly fine though. However, I just wanted to go ahead and warn everyone that for anyone who is expecting a butter smooth arrival into Heathrow, yeah, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen today. In case anyone is interested in the dew point, the dew point is 13 degrees Celsius, and the air pressure right now outside Heathrow is 1011. Okay. I just want to take the second on the behalf of the first officer here and the flight crew, and your lovely cabin crew, to thank you so much for flying the British Airways with us today. We are currently about to begin our descent into Heathrow. Flight attendants, we got about maybe half an hour to landing at absolute max. Cabin crew, half an hour to landing, and I will speak with you next on the ground. Once again, thank you very much for listening to this announcement. At this time, please go ahead and clean up your areas, so that way we can go ahead and descend. Cabin crew, please be ready to land in about 20 minutes. Cabin crew, 30 minutes to landing. Cabin crew, 30 minutes to landing. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2 Lima Juliet Heavy has decided to go direct to Nukra, expecting an IELTS approach into runway 27 right, as per real world flight radar 24. We are going to begin our descent here in about 5-10 minutes via the Nukra 2 hotel arrival. Heathrow traffic. In the meantime, we can go ahead and get some performance data into place. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set this guy, ATC calm. And someone's learning. Someone's learning. They're learning. It looks like we are either number 1 or number 2 for arrival. Looks like we are number 1 or number 2 for arrival. I want to wait until we get this next batch out. So in the meantime, though, FMS. In terms of our fuel, what are we looking like? Currently 225.9er. Yeah, we are below our landing weight. Performance. Once again, I'm still waiting. I'll wait another 2 minutes for that. We do have a few minutes. Approach information. Yes, 145 on the approach speed. That's on the high side. That's fine. Transition altitude 6.5. The borrow is 278. I believe it's 278. Yes, it is. 278 on the borrow. Got the flaps full landing, of course. And yes. Go ahead and wait a few moments for this updated matter. I would love some updated matter, please. Updated matter is important for us. No significant change, though. But with that said, though, it's gonna get it now, or is it gonna take a minute? It might take a minute to get it. Oh, wait a minute. Well, we got about 10 minutes. We got about 10 minutes, and then we'll begin our descent at Nukra. Oh, go ahead and begin our descent at Nukra. In the meantime, give me a moment. Okay. Unfortunately, can't delete the rolling class, though. Rolling cache. I want to update that real quickly. Time. Ah, damn, that sucks. Anyway, it's getting on my case about it. It's a QNH. QNH 1011. You know, it's it's annoying. It's gonna get it. We're gonna get it, and it's gonna be annoying. So, QNH 1011. The winds are 190 degrees. At 12. Temperature 1 full. Auto brake. Medium. If it wasn't for the fact that we're gonna be, well, got a few minutes to sort this out. Quite awesome. All right. Wait, 7 right. It's not working at all. Whatever. Okay, so now I'll deflate about 200. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, limit heavy, beginning descent now, flight level 200, level by 2, but Heathrow traffic. Alright. We've begun our descent now. We have begun our descent now. Oh, we flew the whole way. No, I didn't. We didn't. Right, and unfortunately, it looks like we are still arriving on our own. That's fine. We have 1 inbound for 27 right. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now begun our descent. Cabin crew, please prepare the aircraft for landing. Cabin crew, 10 minutes. 10 minutes to landing. Last call before touchdown, cabin crew. Right, we've begun our descent now. Anyone who's tuning in, we have begun our descent now. Flight level 200, level by Tobit. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm still keeping an eye out for Heathrow. I still think it's possible. I think it's possible. I don't know if it's probable. I think it's possible. Just go ahead and just barely add some speed brake to it. Doesn't need much. A little something is better than nothing. A little something better than nothing. So. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We have a 737 Max ahead of us. Yeah, okay. Heathrow or someone. Getting someone online would help. I'm tempted to hold until it happens. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to hold until it happens. Because I feel like it could happen. We'll get to Bovingdon, see if it happens at Bovingdon. It looks possible. It looks possible. There's certainly the conditions for for Heathrow to hop online. So these are only. I'm sorry, aren't you above the speed that you want to be at? Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, descending now, flight level 150 level, by Soppet, Heathrow traffic. And just to verify, people can hear me for Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, correct? We had some issues the other day. Tune out on this. Speed 282 now. No 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 no. Do 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 do. Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, radio check. I know, people are being annoying. Do have one Icelander in front of us. Do 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 do. BA76, yeah, they're not doing it right. They're not doing it right at all, so. Yeah, no, to be clear, guys, we use ICAO here, so. ICAO. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, expecting IELTS approach and runway 27 right. Currently direct Soppet, descending now flight level 150, level by Soppet, passing 1700 now, slowing speed to 70. Heathrow traffic. Of course, we get our updated matter. So 15, wind, yeah. Temporary fluctuations again. Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy now, descending flight level 70, level by Baltimore, Bravo, November, to the north of Heathrow. Now direct west coast, slowing speed to 20 knots. Heathrow traffic. I'm keeping an eye out, and I'm not seeing anything that says we can't hear anyone. Passing below 10,000. Well, landing lights on. This fucker cannot be. No, he's not. I thought I saw someone arriving into opposite traffic for 27. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, turning direct to Bovingdon, Bravo, November now, descending flight level 70, slowing speed 215 knots for traffic. Heathrow traffic. We're on 22.8, right? Yeah. My word, people are idiots at Heathrow today. BA76. I will say that these clouds look absolutely gorgeous. Clouds look absolutely gorgeous. That was not very fun at all. Fix that now. I can say now, though, that we are beginning to get a few stutters. I'm curious about something, actually. There's a logic behind what I just did there. There's logic behind it. And I'll explain it. So, increasing the object level detail doesn't actually like increase the object level detail like you might think. What it actually does is it increases. In 1 second. What it actually does is it increases the radius in which objects are rendered in. Okay. I'm still trying to get Heathrow online. The good news is that stuff's calmed down a nice amount. So people are just assuming they're take whatever runway they fucking wish. Heathrow traffic speed bird 2, Lima Juliet radio check.
Read you fine.
Thank you.
Heathrow departure room was changed to 7 right IRL.
That was my fault. And it looks like we are number 2. ICE 450 is doing the right thing. So what's BA76 doing? How new are they? Because 6. Send them a message real quickly.
Heathrow traffic ICF 450 established ILS to 7 right, 7 miles to touchdown Heathrow.
Heathrow traffic speed bird 2 Lima Juliet heavy descending now flight or down to altitude 5,000 feet. With a heading of 130 degrees inbound to the Alice 27 right look lesser. Heathrow traffic live in Bovington now. 130 degrees. Speed 210 knots now. Okay, I don't mean to do things. One. Yeah. And then QNH 1011, sorry. One zero one one, I believe it is. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, down to altitude 2,500 now. Yeah, okay. In the meantime, though, and we can take flaps 1 now. Okay, sorry, I sent him a message. Yeah. We'll maintain heading 130 for now. And then, in terms of when we should expect the clouds to break, really close to, you know what, Red Sea.
Heathrow ISF 450, vacated 27 right.
Light rain. Okay.
Or 8 Alpha uniform final for 267.
What's speed or what's BA 76 doing? Noted. I'm gonna come idiot right there. He doesn't even have his radio enabled, so. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, turning base now, ILS 27, ILS 27 right, Heathrow.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 5, Papa Tango, taking off from 27 right. Heathrow traffic.
Joey.
Gathering traffic, easy. Well, Lima going around 260.
Okay, actually, real quickly. They changed it to 7 left.
traffic, gauge 57 Lima Tango, taxi stand 26 left via Lima, Papa and Alpha Sierra.
Okay. Just leveling these, switch up the runways. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet heavy, turning final now, ILS 27 right. Heathrow traffic. They change at the runways. It's annoying.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 5, Papa Tango is airborne from 27 right. Heathrow traffic.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, slowing speed 160 knots until 4 miles out. Slowing 160 knots until 4 mile final. Heathrow traffic. Okay. Flaps 2 now. And tell you what, gear down. Flaps 3. Alright, I'm expecting a bit of a mess here, I think. Not gonna lie about that. Not gonna lie about that. Expecting a bit of a mess here. Flaps 4 now. You have a bit of a crab angle going on. Round spoilers are armed. Good. We're gonna reduce our third speeds until one. We're gonna reduce to our final third speed now. Glide slip and localizer both picked up. Glide slip and localizer and glide slip both picked up. Okay. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, 6 mile final ILS 27 right Heathrow. Alright, feet on the rudder pedals now. Kevin better get ready. Flaps are all down. Landways are all on. We are looking solid. If it wasn't for these damn clouds, overcast at 5, so visibility is only 3 kilometers. So.
Cabin traffic, EC 89 Julie Charlie is landing on runway 26 left.
Spirit 251, do not do something stupid. Okay. Last call before landing Heathrow, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy on a short final now, ILS 27 left. Last call before landing Heathrow. Gatwick ground is on. It's coming online now. Yeah, we got it. Okay. Noted. good news is that getting to
I do the traffic, Speedbird 251 behind, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, land on 27 right, land up via Alpha 3, runway 27 right. Heathrow.
Alright. My controls. Thank you. Noted.
100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
494 feet per minute. Ouch. But that said, though, that approach is pretty good, and you're tracking this central line in an excellent way. And considering the weather, I'm not ashamed of that at all. .494 feet per minute in challenging conditions. Not ashamed of that. Flaps away now. Ground spoilers away. I mean, it was certainly a hard landing, but firm. It was a firm landing as well. So, Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, limit has now vacated runway 27 right, Heathrow. Okay. I'm just gonna hold on to Bravo. We're gonna second left Bravo. Landing was not my favorite, however, considering the circumstances, considering the gusty conditions. Speedbird 2 limit heavy taxiing stand 555 via Bravo and Charlie, Heathrow.
On behalf of the crew, thank you for flying with us today, and we look forward to welcoming you again soon.
There's a taxi, landing lights off now. 2, 3. Terminal 5, Charlie.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 251 departing 27 right, Heathrow.
Gonna be traffic easy 48 Alpha uniform, final 5 miles, 26 left.
Hours. Let me see here. Can I get a thing up? Alright. Maybe once the APU is available. Is the APU available now? Yes, it is. In that case, we are going to go ahead and shut down engine number 1 now. Engine number 1 shut down. ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck as we taxi into our stand. Stand will be a stand 555 or 555. For those curious, as we continue taxiing our stand, I did just want to apologize that a bit of a hard landing right there. At the end of the day, I did warn you that this arrival in Heathrow would not be the smoothest arrival ever. That's fine though. You're going to taxi to the stand, and once again, I'd like to thank you all so much for flying with British Airways today. You can go ahead and thank Aeronaut, as we have made them a bunch of money now. No, I'm just joking. Anyway, please remember to collect all your belongings. Please stay in your seats until we have parked safely at the stand in about 2 minutes. And until the seatbelt, fasten seatbelt sign has been turned off. If you are a customer that requires assistance, please.
That was beautiful.
I like it.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Feel embarrassed now. Oh dear. Not embarrassed now. Oh dear. What the hell?
Heathrow traffic, shuttle 13 Charlie, 18 miles from way 27.
Oh dear. I feel really embarrassed now.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 82 Delta Mike, pushing back stand 513 north on Alpha.
Gateway traffic is E48 Alpha uniform vacated 26 left.
Super 251, climb flight level 340, Heathrow. Off to Santiago, bye bye.
For now. Move the damn aircraft. Oh dear. Did that on accident. I thought it says I'm not transmitting. It says I'm not transmitting. It says I'm not transmitting, seriously. Oh no. This is annoying. Okay. I'm trying to. Come on now. The French are killing me. Come on now, frames. Oh dear. Thought it says. Where is it? 118. Sorry, 118505. For Heathrow Tower. Tower Speedbird 2 Limited about to enter stand 555.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, what is your position?
Taxiing on Charlie, just arrived via 27 right.
Okay, sorry, you just landed. I was looking for the departures. Any stand of your choice there?
Wilco, sir. Come on now.
Morning, Tower, Speedbird 82 Delta Mike. We've pushed back from stand 513, facing north on Alpha. Current QNH 1011, Airbus A320. Question R5 clearance to Dublin.
Speedbird 82 Delta Mike, Heathrow Tower, cleared Dublin. Compton 3 Foxtrot departure, squawk 3531.
Cleared on the Compton 3 Foxtrot departure, squawking 3531. Speedbird 82 Delta Mike, thank you.
Speedbird 82 Delta Mike, that's correct. And when ready, taxi, Alpha, hold Alpha 4.
Taxi Alpha, hold Alpha 4, Speedbird 82 Delta Mike, thanks.
Where is it?
Heathrow Tower, good morning, sir. It's Lufthansa Dynamite Lima at stand 219, QNH 1011, Airbus A321.
Lufthansa 9 Mike, Lima, Heathrow Tower, hello, cleared Frankfurt. Detling to Foxtrot, departure, squawk 7757.
Squawk 7757 and Detling to Foxtrot, departure.
I called it, didn't I?
Lufthansa 9 Mike Lima.
Lufthansa 9 Mike, Lima, that's correct. Information Alpha, I think you said QNH 1011.
Information Alpha and we advise QNH 1011. Lufthansa 9 Mike Lima.
Come on now. Oh no.
Shuttle 13 Charlie,
Shuttle 13 Charlie, Heathrow Tower, hello, runway 27 left, wind 190, 12 knots, clear land.
that land shuttle 13 Charlie.
Oh no. Move it. Oh, whatever. Yeah, no, the brakes are hot. Shut up. Not the brakes being hot. Okay. Right. This is a bit ridiculous. Engine number 2 shut down. The frames are... That's... massive ouch on the frames. Where is it? Hang on, I'm gonna adjust something.
Heathrow Tower, Lufthansa 9 Mike Lima.
Where is it?
For push and
Annoying.
at 219.
Lufthansa 9 Mike, Lima, push and start approved, face north.
Okay, if the graphics is this bad, then
Facing north, Lufthansa 9 Mike Lima.
maybe it's that issue. Maybe that's the issue right there. Yeah, no. Alright. Right then, let's go ahead and disconnect from the VATSIM network then. But it helps out a little. So, anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. Sorry about that. A little bit of embarrassing. That's an issue, actually. Yeah. we're done for the night. Tomorrow night, short house. So I'll see you all then. So long.